れたこの時よ月夜に混ざり合う吐息よ二人だけが知る秘密
瞳をそっと拭い憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのまま
Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Bendisca, Osteonisus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus. Carus, Narcissus, Medusa, Ephesus, Ashalalala, sisters, Minerva, and Cobus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, then discus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, na 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 na, Dusa, never become Christmas. I love Aphrodite, then discus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, na 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 na, Dusa, never become Christmas. I love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, couscous, couscous.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day. We're about to get into some lovely siege here, the final play day, and there's 4 teams still up to be decided of when they will be decided of whether they're in the playoff spot. Tim, it's me and you today. What?
It really is. I mean, it's an early morning, isn't it? It's an early morning for us.
For some of us.
We're looking forward to some siege, and that's going to pep us right up. Don't you worry about it, because we've got some big games coming today.
I mean, it's a very, very exciting league. The fact that we're sort of building in, yes, yesterday we got our top 4 teams sort of cemented in towards those playoff spot and sort of into their contention. But with how close things are at the bottom of the board, there's always still somewhere else that can go. You can see it here. CAG, FearX, Dplus Kia, PSG Talon, all 4 of them have secured themselves a way through into the chance to having a way through. That's how playoffs work. But Enterforce 36, Kenotrope Gaming, Mer and Scars, Tim, they're all still up for grabs.
Yeah, it's all to play for down at the bottom, and honestly, there's that many permutations of how this could finish that it's not really, I'm not going to go into them all because it's absolutely wild. We'll kind of hit it as we see what's going on, and we'll talk about it for each individual game, because like none of these teams are really playing each other. There's only Kenotrope and Scars play each other. Mer play PSG, Enterforce play Cyclops, so there's a lot of variation here that could happen, and honestly, I would expect to see at least one of those 2 teams that are currently in a playoff spot. I think there's a good chance that one of them doesn't make it today. So that it's edge of the seat stuff. I love it when it's like that.
Oh, we all do. If it's not going the distance, what's the point in terms of our games that we have going ahead of us as well? Obviously, as you said, it's sort of spread across the board. This opener, Dplus Kia vs FearX, it's going to be a banger game. 2 big teams battling out for first and second last time. This time not. There's not really going to be any change, but it's almost a precursor to a story that will develop later on. Mer versus PSG Talon. Mer obviously are one of those teams that could try and fight their way up towards the top against the lowest secured one. Then you've got Kenotrope and Scars sort of just battling out at the bottom, and then Enterforce 36, the team that cannot win in regulation time versus the team that's had a very good time of just that, Tim.
Yeah, exactly that. It's like you said, there's matches that on the face of it don't necessarily mean too much. There's matches that mean absolutely everything, and that's all the way up to the end of the day. So, of course, you need to stick around. You need to stick around for the whole thing. But interestingly as well, we've mentioned, obviously, the playoffs, the regional league finals in December. We also know for the region are now locked in. So, it removes a little bit of incentive for FearX in that first game because they've already locked in their spot in the playoffs. They've locked in their spot in the December regional finals. So, they're golden at this point. The other teams, if for anybody who's interested, that have made it into the regional league finals, we've got FearX and Cyclops out of APAC North. We've got Weibo and Elevate coming through from the Asia League, and we've got Enterprise and Chiefs coming through from us. So those will be the 6 regional final teams, and those are locked in. So we can't have any changes in that today based on these matchups.
Well, if you're at home, I hope you've written that all in towards your schedules and your planners, because you just got to make time for this stuff, Tim. You've just got to make time for the siege.
You've got to. You've got to get up. You got to get going with it.
If you haven't, what's the point? Now, rolling on.
There's a good chance this goes off the rails today, isn't there?
What do you?
There's a very high probability.
What do you mean? I mean, I think it's a good first match to sink the teeth into, to find a balance. For context, it's not super early. It's about 7:30 in the morning here. But that means we get up.
It's quite early for a Sunday.
It's a Sunday morning treat, and Dplus Kia are the little bit of Brazil that we'll get first. We have obviously the import roster that's been doing all right. They are secured, and we say all right because obviously when you have a full import roster from the strongest region come into any other region, you're always going to have high expectations of them. They're here, they're third place, they've secured themselves a couple of wins, a couple of losses. They're kind of back and forth here, Tim, and you're getting Niers playing great, you're getting these good sort of moments, but they just haven't been able to almost find some of the magic they had in the first split.
Yeah, it's been a rollercoaster ride for them, and I think that's really interesting. We speak about the import rosters, particularly Dplus Kia and Elevate, coming in here, and let's be honest, let's call it as we see it. There is an expectation that they'll come in and kind of dominate the region.
Yeah.
You've got players like Bullet, Falls, and all of these. I know I could mention any of those names there. I've just picked 2 out of the 5. But so much experience, so much time spent playing against teams like Furia, like W7M, like Team Liquid, like all these big names. FaZe as well, of course. Bullet was on FaZe for a good period of time. So you kind of expect that. But what I do think it's done is actually speak highly of the regions they've come into, because they haven't come in here and just dominated. It's been 3 wins and 3 losses so far for Dplus Kia in this stage. It has not been straightforward. Mer Gaming were able to take 3 points off them, absolutely battered them 7-2 on border. So look, it's not been straightforward, but a couple of people that have impressed me on Dplus Kia, particularly Niers at the beginning of rounds. I know he's 12 and 10 on the entry there, but he's always looking for something. I like the attitude, I like the energy. He's always looking for a bit of something to give his team that little jump start at the beginning of the round. He's the one with his face in a window, looking for a little peak, looking for a bit of action to get things going. And on top of that, Levy as well has just been really solid, just really solid stuff. Nothing too flashy, but just getting the job done when his team needs it. So I've got, given what I saw from FearX yesterday, I think Dplus Kia could come away with a win today, and they're looking to secure 3rd. That's the important thing for them. They can't take 2nd, but they could lose 3rd. If PSG Talon win and they lose, they'll jump over them. So I'm sure they're going to want to keep that seeding.
And on the other side of the divide, FearX. I'm always biased with them because they're my favourite team, but to be fair, they also earn that mantle more and more recently. I always have this conversation with Demo as a long-time G2 fan who supported them through the ups and the downs. Same with FearX for me. But they're sort of getting themselves stuck in. Rin hasn't quite been able to step up to the sort of level that Rin can do, but that's the sort of flip of the coin with a player of that caliber. Coated started slow and then had one of the life games on Chalet 2 days ago that absolutely sort of evened their stats out, and then has sort of been getting better and better and better. But they just keep finding new ways. It does feel, I think, a kind way of putting it in some manners, they haven't fully stepped on the gas at points. They've been a bit behind their own pace. They've been a bit sort of relaxed. They're not really playing their A game. I still always want to see people put that in, especially on games like today.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think we saw that yesterday. In reality, they really struggled against PSG Talon on Cafe. They only won 1 attack out of 6. They then end up going to overtime. They were much better on the defence. Basically, nobody could attack Cafe yesterday. And it was just... It was like the one round they won was reliant on a good boy ace at the beginning of things, and yeah, it was a tough day for them yesterday. And like you say, I don't know, whether that was kind of a full force performance or not. We'll see how they go today. But overall, look, they're always going to be impressive. They're in the regional finals, they're in the playoffs. They've got those spots locked in for a reason, and that's because looking at the names across there, we know how good a team that they were going to be when they put it together. And I'm actually really fascinated to see them against Dplus Kia today. We've spoken about those import rosters and about the amount of quality that's on them, but they're coming over into this region and struggling a little bit at times, and so I'm interested to see them against one of the best in the region.
Well, as the bands sort of filter and flicker their way through, where will they go? We're back to Bank. We have been here a lot this split, it feels like, and in fact, as I have a very, very quick glance, it is one of the top played maps in this region for these sort of teams as well. And to be honest, it feels like it's sort of adapted itself quite heavily into whatever current meta or roster is getting itself stuck in. And I mean, between these two teams as well, as you said, there were struggles on attack. I think that's sort of been a bit of the case here on this map as well. In some games, it'll either be sort of all one way, we'll have like 3 defensive round wins, or all the other way. And I don't know if that's just my cognitive bias of recent days on it, or the fact that, again, we're still in the early morn and my notes are dancing in front of my eyes. Or if you've got some numbers to back me up here.
I can throw some numbers at you for each of these teams.
Love those.
It's actually quite a low preference for both of these teams. It's an interesting choice. I don't know if they maybe just, both happy to go there to keep things off the radar for playoffs, maybe. Don't show the higher preference things they're going to want to play in the best of 3s. So looking at it for FearX, it's like 3rd bottom choice for them, really. 7th place preference. They've played it 3 times, won 2, lost 1. It's kind of they're not huge fans of going there. We haven't seen them play it in 2 months, but when they do play there, they kind of do all right. Dplus Kia, very much the same story. 6th preference, played 4, won 2. So again, very, very similar. Haven't won it for 2 months. Saw them lose it against Enterforce recently, just a week ago on the 13th of September. So it is one of those kind of lower preference. I think we'll go and play Bank. The outcome doesn't matter too much. Both teams are in playoffs. We've got one of them jostling for a bit of position, but yeah, just keep those, keep the layers, keep the chalets, keep the borders off the table, and then there's less footage of people, on them going into playoffs.
Now, obviously, as we sort of said from the top of the day, in terms of the playoffs board, this game doesn't really have any indication. Dplus could beat them, fine. They're still below them in 3rd place. This will not shuffle or shimmy things on this. So although I'm sat here sort of wishing that we have an absolute bloodbath brawl on our hands, we are looking ultimately towards playoffs for both of these teams, right? We're taking into considerations that if you go back to, say, and it was a sort of different setup in Stage 1, fine. But if you go back to the finals of Stage 1, these two teams met twice in the best of 3s. That got set up twice in going against each other. They've sort of played these long head-to-heads before and brought themselves back in again and again and again. And Dplus, obviously, they were the ones that had to do the sort of route around the lower bracket. I think there'll be a little bit of a mix of trying to one-up each other, but not reveal the hand.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, that's large. I'm just looking at the different variations that we can get in the table, because obviously we've spoken about Dplus Kia, wanting to hold on to that 3rd position, seeding, everything else. We would expect 3rd place to play 6th place, 4th place to play 5th place. So you're looking at who's going to finish in 6th to be that opponent in the playoffs for Dplus Kia. And I'm looking, is there any way that Scars end up in 6th? Because I know Scars have been I feel bad saying it, but they've been pretty terrible through this stage. They haven't been at the level that I'm sure I know. They haven't been at the level that we or they would expect for themselves, I think. But I'm just looking, is there a way that Dplus Kia fight to hold on to third, end up against Scars in sixth, who then just turn it on for the playoffs and go and have to, go and batter them in the playoffs when they've like fought for this third position and end up against Scars? I don't think it'll be the case. I think realistically Scars will either not qualify or they'll go through in fifth, is probably the most likely outcome there, but there are lots of variations. But let's focus on this one for now. All Dplus Kia can do is try and get the win, try and keep themselves in third spot, and hope that gives them the easier matchup in the playoffs. We've got our bans come in, so for Bank, we've got Castle and Mira are the defenders that have been taken away. Two of those architect operators that are going to change up the sites and the flow of the map. They've been put on the bench, they're going to be reserved, and then we've got the double shield ban, Monty and Blitz taken away, so FearX not wanting to deal with those shields, fairly common ban for them. And interestingly, along comes that Tachanka. Much has been spoken about the Tachanka defense down on basement recently, and we're going to see a little bit of it today.
So, away we go, and there was almost an element where I wanted to immediately lean into the Chanka thing. Because of your casting partner's Twitter threads, did you read it?
Yeah, I read Desert. I did one as well. I did a big one about, I broke down all the damage, the difference between, where Smoke has the advantage, where Tachanka has the advantage, and, everything else. And kind of conclusion, was in an ideal world, in perfect circumstances, Tachanka's way better at denying all that default plant spot. 70 seconds, faster kill time, no problem. But he needs very specific circumstances and support from his team to enable him to do that.
Demo and I, because we are a duo and I have to back them up on these sort of things, we disagree with you and Des.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. Life is made of disagreements.
Super good at denying down here.
No, I agree. He is, but in specific circumstances, the team's got to be very good at it.
Well, talking about being good, Boogeyman, he's under a good amount of pressure. Immediately falls, screams their way by a kitchen, and Boogeyman falls out of open. He is not going to sit around, and that was pacey from Dplus Kia. They sort of read that there was this slightly tall open hold. They've got the Clash sitting in one position, and the pressure on the hatches themselves on the back. But look at this. Within the opening minute, Dplus Kia sort of confidently have taken control of the top two floors. They're sort of saying, yeah, you've done this open thing, and now we have this done. We have the hatch angles open. You only really have server, so they've rotated their way around to server. The Clash is going to be the support for Mephi to get out if needed. But at this point, Dplus Kia, they are just screaming their way around the rest of the map itself, getting the last checks done. Everybody is still standing. They weren't able to get a kill out of the pressure. They're concerned about someone swinging around on the side, and the smoke is buying some time at the top of the stairs as well. But at this point, again, they haven't thought to go for the retreat on the player yet. They're still sort of holding above the hatches themselves as the smoke sort of covers the chance at a drop. Here's that support structure, so the player could escape if they wanted. And they flipped to the back.
This is the big problem that you're going to find, and this is where the attention starts getting taken elsewhere. It's something FearX need to be aware of. And to back up what you were saying, this is in a position where the Tachanka from here could deny the entire rest of the round on that default plant spot, but you have to cover that backside, and that is what needs to happen. Courted Mephi managed to get two. They get the man advantage back for themselves. The kills come in, and they close out the round. And I think the whole reason Dplus Kia were pushing for that elevator and vault side aggression is to try and deal with the Tachanka. It baits them in. It means they have to go in and do something because of the power of that denial. You get to a minute 10 and the default plant spot can just be completely locked off for the rest of the round. But in order to do it, Tachanka's got to be on his launcher and can't defend himself. But FearX did a great job of covering that and enabling him, and they get the round one.
Well, you could see that there was a good adaptation from both teams there, right? As I said, it's going to turn into this little bit of a blow-for-blow map. Dplus Kia immediately in towards the site, trying to sort of opt for the hatches, tried to opt for the server, wasn't going to work, moved back, went drop. They never stopped moving. They never stopped holding the sprint key. But the clash gave FearX that bit of maneuverability. They're able to sort of pull themselves around. They were always where they needed to be. Wookie being able to get a kill off the back of it as well. And, you know, it's not the single operator that makes a round fine, but it shows the sort of aspect that FearX wanted to bring, right? It shows that they wanted to sort of say, okay, you can play this game and then we're just going to respond to it. Yeah, you can do this and then we've responded to it time and time again. Did it get closer to the line? It's tough to tell. There was a moment where Dplus Kia got a couple of kills, had the man advantage with pressuring on the site, and then everything else just went back into the way of FearX because they hadn't been rooted out of garage, they hadn't been rooted out of sort of main stairs position and that swing position, and FearX just had those crosses, but still, Dplus Kia still haven't let go of that sprint key. Happy to try and put quick pressure here on towards Kanto, as instead of going up towards the top floor, we find our way rotating onto open.
Yeah, we've seen Dplus Kia wanting to bring that aggression quite often. It was actually something that worked very much against them in that loss that I spoke about to Mer Gaming on Border. You know, they just kept sort of banging their head against the wall, really. It was, you know, beginning of every round on attack was just straight in, getting in the map quickly, taking the fights, and it didn't really work out for them. So if that's something that FearX have kind of watched previously, it's definitely something that they could be prepared for. We're going to see the drop come through to get the player back into sight. So at this point, top floor control has been gained by Dplus Kia, and that's really quick at a minute 10. So it just shows the kind of two sides of the coin to that early round aggression that can come out for them, and it's actually done them really well here. They can start using, they don't have much in the terms of vertical destruction other than the book. They need to get Mighty in there doing his work. He's currently doing it above archives, and tellers need to think about sight as well, maybe open up a little bit of stock and just start removing those power positions now for FearX.
Well, okay, it's still free to rotate their way around the top square area, and well, the bottom square area, because top square isn't pressured. And doing things like that, Tim, I think says a lot about how Dplus Kia are approaching this, in that they're sort of all or nothing certain angles, right? And FearX are confident enough to know this. They know how they like to play this, and they're sort of like, yeah, they've done it. I can do this. A full sprint through square back towards the site by pillars without anybody pressuring you on, and then fixing that window is a bold play. Rin not pressured underneath as well, ready to try and swing around. He's about to get pressured as the drones are rolling through, and a Nook is rolling through behind it. There's a catch. Rin has to potentially activate Kia, and does. A very important trade out, but then there's two stories of devastation. Back and forth, a 3 versus 3. Pressure on towards the open window again. 20 seconds left. Still smoking it out the Beeper's door as well, which might be where the kit is currently sat, as they're sort of stuck there. They're just going to try and drop and send it. One more smoke canister, and they're going to have to try and dash through this. It won't deny it. Woogieman gets a kill. Slow moving through it. Levi takes a lot of damage, and once again, FearX, the site hold itself, cleans up.
Yeah, FearX have kind of played a game of 3D chess there almost, you know, with Dplus Kia. We see Nias take the drop, get the kill, you know, as the Oryx drops down, takes out Quartered, and they don't really know about that knock underneath, but even without knowing about it, they are ready for the counter, and that's what it's about. When we talk about teamwork, when we talk about playing for trades, it's about being in positions and recognizing that, hey, look, we might not always know where the attackers are. We might not always know where we're going to be challenged from. I think they probably had a rough idea somebody might be down there, hence the drop from the hatch. But the bigger point there is that he didn't take that drop alone. Rin had already made the movement so that they were there, ready to be able to grind them out and guarantee themselves that kill, and FearX have done that really well over the first couple of rounds. So it's something that Dplus Kia need to work on breaking down, really. And you know, how do you do that? You play your own teamwork. You've got to kind of play trade for trade for trade. You go in there, you use your intel as well. You go in and you say, you know what, there's actually two of them down here. We've got a drone ahead of the knock, whereas that wasn't the case there, and Nias pays the price for it. If he knows that there's a challenge coming in from a second one, maybe he plays that a little bit differently. So Dplus Kia, something something that they can look at, maybe just increasing that intel, increasing that droning ahead of those roaming operators that are trying to get into those slippery positions and just make life a little bit more difficult for FearX, because so far I think it's been fairly pedestrian for them.
I think that's the weird sort of way of playing it, right? Is there's this element where it feels very hectic, very exciting, very maneuverable everywhere else apart from the site itself. And then it gets to the site itself and it just feels like, oh, they haven't done any work. There's 20 seconds left. They'll just close this off. And I don't know, there's a really weird pace that Dplus Kia are applying to this. And talking about weird pace, we find ourselves going not again on towards the top floor, instead on towards the least played site. And by my numbers, we have one play of this before that was in it throughout the sort of APAC North split that was in an attacker win, which doesn't really surprise me. FearX, maybe they can be the difference maker. Everything's a bit slowed here on towards the top. You want that vertical control. You can't just sort of throw yourself in, but also the vertical control isn't sort of directly being countered right now, right? We can see that Niz is already in. They're trying to get their way across top square as well. There's this moment of thinking, okay, FearX, where are you? Because what are they stopping right now?
No, exactly. They're not. It's like you say. They're kind of just letting Dplus Kia waste their own time. It's like they're just going to sit and hold their little off angles and know that Dplus Kia are going to take 2 minutes to open everything up, and then they're just going to spring forward and Coated going to take one down. That's mighty gone. That's your book. So you got no more vertical. You know, the best you can do is the MRs realistically. They've got the soft breach on falls. That's about as good as it gets for them. And FearX now with 2 minutes wasted. Yokai drones on the board. They're just going to play those long angles. You know, they've got they've got the warden, they've got the utility to do it, they've got the laser gates to play behind, and again, it just feels like maybe Dplus Kia have not done enough work just yet.
Good boy, holding the very important power position there on the main stairs, gives them the swing, and then just runs out and gets absolutely gunned down by Levi. Falls gets one more as well, and I don't know, yeah, okay, this technically is a game that doesn't really have too many implications for how things are going forward, but there is still such an element of sort of ranked demon play we'll often cite it as. 3 versus 2. Bit of a chance at a plant here. They have an echo drone, but it's about to be caught out by Falls potentially, who's slow swinging. There's a wait. There's another echo drone reveal. Just bait it out, but it does only leave a pocket full of seconds. The C4 over the top, the spray down. No, this cannot be how this happens. Rin gets 2, but it's all straight out by Woogie Man. What was that landing, Dplus?
Again, I'm going to come back to that word that I used there, and that's pedestrian. You know, Dplus Kia just didn't seem to be in a rush there, did they? They got themselves into sight with 25 seconds left to go, and they knew that the Yokai was there. Why did it take them 10 or 15 seconds to actually take it out? They could hear it. They baited it out with the plant. They knew that it was there. And then what? They just run into the middle of the open. Again, I'm going to come back to intel. It wasn't good enough. They didn't know that Rin was going to push in. The cover wasn't there. It was a great double swing from Rin. Gets the first, and then that sort of whip around. This, you'll see it in a second. The whip around to the right here there. Really nice from Rin. But still, you know, look, Dplus Kia just weren't prepared. They weren't prepared to put that diffuser down. They didn't have the cover. You know, why is the planter trying to take the Yokai drone out? Why? There's 2 more of them left alive. If Bullet gets himself in through that door and is inside a sight, he can just sit and watch above the planter, and he's the one who takes the Yokai drone out. So the plant then almost certainly goes down. Big mistakes from Dplus Kia, and they just don't look like they've switched on yet, and that tactical timeout coming out is absolutely no surprise. They need to change the trajectory of this one quickly.
If Fresh was awake, he would have words to say. let me tell you. And I know he's not, because he would be in the group chat. But
he would be by now.
Yeah, it's just not good enough. And again, you know, everything we have to say in these kind of games with these kind of teams, one, we're measuring them against the metric of themselves. That is where you come up with comparisons. We're not sitting here going, we're better than them. We would have done such a good execute, blah, blah, blah. You're measuring them against what we know they're capable of.
I think we might have done them.
Well, we might. Yeah, to be fair.
I think we might.
Maybe
I'll
this
be
time.
honest, I am saying that a little bit.
10 seconds left before
But on the other side of that, it's just sort of not good enough in that sort of element. You know, you can see these flaws. Again, having the ace twice, try and plant, and then just try and swing for their own echo drone based on noise. Whilst they have a man advantage situation, yeah, it's a 3 versus 2, but you know one of them is on the bloody echo drone. So you know you're in this position to put this pressure on. And either way, I talked about how important the clash was last time for the hold here for FearX. This time it's no longer an option. They do not have it in their pocket. And I also talked about garage control being something that they hadn't got, so they couldn't build behind it. So this time they're going for it early. 2 people want to swing this angle. They're being pinged by a drone. They don't really care, I think. They know that there's a fight and they're just sort of opting and hoping to take it. I thought that for a second that was 3 outlines. I mean, this feels like a silly game to win silly prizes. One of them's been able to run across. They've somehow been able to now turn this into a 2 versus 1 situation from a single angle. Bullet cannot escape. They need the kill, but Bullet needs to try and find a way to isolate. Now it is 3 players. There goes 1. There's the trade out. But now there's an extra player. Coated finds somebody else on the back. They're pressuring on.
Oh, gosh.
And Levi's been able to get another kill. So that whole engagement was for... They're inside the site-ish, Tim. Okay.
So, look, a round has been played. That's happened. We've had 3 deaths down in garage. We've had somebody downed as well. Meffy is now... Meffy's now locked inside the gold bars. Gets an absolute demon shot onto Nias. Trying to fight that long angle with the SMG is never going to work, though. Lever manages to take him down. Look, that was not the best round on bank basement I've ever seen, I'm going to be honest. But one way or another, Dplus Kia managed to get it done. The pressure... I don't know what FearX are playing at there, really. I think, you know, you summed it up perfectly there. Play silly games, win silly prizes. Why are 3 of them trying to fight garage like that? You just don't need to. I know they don't want to necessarily give garage up, you know, to Bullet walking in and there's a second backing him up. I think the second only actually backs him up when he gets on the comms and says there's 3 of them here in garage, and they think, right, brilliant, let's, you know, go and keep them busy because we can wander into sight, which is exactly what happened. Yeah, you can't have 3. You don't need 3 fighting garage, and you also don't need to be constantly peeking that corner. Let Bullet come down to Cash Van. Let him put, you know, deal with him from there. You know, you don't need to be that aggressive on that peak of that corner. I think that is FearX being 3-0 up and qualified for everything.
It's too early for these kind of shenanigans. Even in their home region, where it's like, what, 6 in the afternoon or whatever time it is? Too early. Ah, okay, fine. They're going to double it down here. They've got themselves the BP camera. And there's not a nook this time around to try and sneak their way in. They've replaced... I mean, they've replaced the ability to have to swing that with a camera. They might still do it. There's... Who knows the route through this time around. The Blackbeard to try and be a bit of a driving force here against the chance on those swings potentially. Straight in, straight across open. Wants to just catch a player out before they're able to hit the hatch. An early C4 throw as they bait out a bit of the Blackbeard's motion. They've hopped over, and within 30 seconds, with the Blackbeard's usage, they are in clearing above. Now, they don't know, obviously, that they've cleared everything. That was very, very swift.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really good use of the Blackbeard. I think that's a prime example of the shields. They need to make sure they're not getting caught out by those Valkyrie cams. There we go. Good attention to detail. One thing that I would like to see more from Dplus Kia, they know that they're coming up against this Tachanka every single time. I'd like to see like a Gon 6 being brought along. Something to deal with that shield, that one right there, that is going to be for Quarter to play behind. It's a great way of dealing with the Tachanka. We've spoken about the power of his denial. 70 seconds seconds, kill time of 3.5 seconds. That's on a 3 armor operator. Obviously, it's quicker on the lower armor operators. You know, those Shumika canisters will absolutely rip through people if given the opportunity. Really, what you want to be doing to deal with that is breach that wall and hit that shield with a Gun 6 or a nade or anything. I know there's ADSs there. Pile some utility in. They're probably on blue stairs, to be honest, to support Mephi anyway. So get rid of that shield, and you really do hinder the Tachanka's ability then to stay in position and to make these shots, because behind that shield, he's just going to sit there and fire them all day because he's never going to be under any threat. No, the ADSs are stacked there, and that shows the value of getting rid of that shield. So pile some utility in there, get that shield taken out, and then you are starting to find some success against this Tachanka. But honestly, Dplus Kia are just not set up to deal with that denial.
Two very sneaky cameras give them the read-through on all these positions. They know where they're being watched from. It doesn't mean they can win out the fight, though, as the Mavericks still able to get one locked in from that back line. They have no more smoke canisters. They went to throw the first, get caught out. Nias is going for the plant itself, and now they have nothing to try and counter this. They can't even rip the C4 in time. They're all just losing to a single sort of Maverick line hole at the end. FearX, and, you know, there's another kill for Falls. He's gotten 3 kills from that single line through. Maybe even 4 if he was the one that got the down onto Woogie Man. And now as the Blackbeard is just going to push up, an easy cleanup there. It was Falls that got the down. One Maverick ruined that round there for FearX.
Yeah, I love that from Dplus Kia. It's exactly what I was talking about. If you noticed at the end of the round, the shield had been cleared. It was gone. Tachanka had died next to the bomb chassis. And that's exactly what happens. And, you know, this is why it's such an... And we keep going on about it because it is such an interesting, you know, defense in Siege terms of... risk versus reward, you know, power versus, you know, sort of the negatives, the detriments, the difficulties in applying that power. And we saw it there. They came along, they had a plan to deal with the shield, they removed it, the Tachanka dies, the denial's gone, the diffuser goes down, they get all the kills from the Maverick line. Really, really nice stuff because the mirror's not there, so then you can play that angle more aggressively. You can wait for players to push into red to try and challenge onto the plant. As soon as you remove that Tachanka, it starts getting really difficult for the defense in that sort of setup. So well played from Dplus Kia. They certainly seem to have woken up in round 4 and 5. They're going to this time be attacking open area once again. We saw it back in round 2. They were unsuccessful that time. We had a little bit of a loss for Nias down in the basement. They never really got a hold of where all the FearX players were. They didn't know, for example, they were walking into 2 of them down there. You know, Rim was able to get the trade, and they just kind of grind the round out from there. Did FearX just trade for trade and got themselves over the finish line. So Dplus Kia, I'd like to see them take more confident control of top floor and basement if they want to be there. More importantly is this intel. Know where everybody is. Build themselves a nice clear picture and then be sure that they're not going to be hit for those trades, those flanks.
Since the timeout, they've been able to secure themselves 2 rounds in a row. They haven't slowed down. I think that's the interesting sort of element here of Dplus Kia's game. They've always been quick, they've always been swift, but they found a way to stick the landing, which was impossible to them in the opening 3 rounds. From this point onwards, it's sort of down to FearX to see if they can try and keep this advantage in towards their favor here. There's a smash across the top and a smash and grab instantly in towards the site. They are in a position to plant. They have 2 easy kills from the back of a Blackbeard, make that 3, and they're close to Woogie Man. Now, Woogie Man hasn't acted yet. Gets 1, gets 2, but traded out. Does get the down and stop the plant, but it leaves Good Boy alone, not for long. Sent to join the rest of the team. I mean, talk about swift.
Yeah, we've had a real swing here. Of course, FearX coming out winning the first 3 rounds. Dplus Kia with a big response winning the second 3. I think that's actually really big for them. I'd put Dplus Kia in the driving seat here, realistically, given that they're now going on to the defence. They've been really solid in those last couple of rounds. A great attack there, just like you say, super swift, getting in there aggressive. Intel was better, knew where everybody was, went in and got the kills, put them in no-win situations. That's what I'd been looking for in round 2, and Dplus Kia able to deliver in round 6. So we're going to have our bans coming in ahead of the side switch. So Dplus Kia go onto the defense. They've decided that they also don't want to play against the shields. It's going to be the Monty and the Blitz ban that we saw exactly the same coming out of FearX, but it's going to be a slightly different approach where we saw the architects of Castle and Mira removed from Dplus Kia when they were on the attack. This time we're going to see the Kaid and the Clash. So looking to get easier access to those hatches, FearX, and also just not wanting to have to deal with that clashing server.
3 apiece, and yeah, as you said, Clash, it's almost like it was a big op for them on this site, and then I'm not going to say they entirely fell apart. They had some other plays, it just wasn't working at all. Still, the limitations of how shields were a sort of driving force is one factor here. Playing the fuse on towards these hatches. Have you been able to crack that reasoning yet? Have you pieced that together?
The fuse on the hatches?
Yes. So it's this thing right at the minute where you'll often have it against teams with Tilbury, especially, is they'll play the fuse on towards the hatches.
Yes, I don't think it really works. I think I'm guessing that the intention there is to stop the Tubro. It's to stop the Tubro being able to put the Zoto canister on there. But given that it's a thrown device for starters, that it doesn't really prevent the operator from functioning in that way. I guess you could argue that the pucks are going to go through and maybe destroy, you know, the Zoto can. You kind of end up in this world of, you know, like what gets frozen out, what doesn't, what makes it through. Does it then pop the freeze and stop it, and then the rest go? It's kind of this like little battle between the two of them. But yeah, I don't think it's always going to be the most successful. But I think if you can get the fuse canisters, if you can get the pucks going through, you're going to clear a lot of other utility anyway. So I kind of don't mind it. But
that's like the other side of it, right? But in moments like this, they've obviously swapped away from it. Yes, there could have been the Goyo, and there isn't, so that's the option to move through as they move their way through the smoke and get themselves towards top blue. Turn around. They just thought there was fights everywhere. Coated does get the trade on the back of that. The Ossa pistol swinging their way forward as Good Boy then takes a blow on the top story windows, and now you just have Coated sat stuck holding on to blue, and his team need to help him out. Okay, they do have somebody inside server, so at least they have that offer and support, and that was a quick way to make some ground, but well, Mighty is in Narnia at this point. Levi's swinging their way upstairs as well. They're almost going to try and reassert some pressure here on towards open, because if they don't have open, what can FearX really land here?
It's going to be an interesting attack for FearX because they've left the default wall soft. So Good Boy is here to open up the long angle, which he will do. Coated will put the Ossa shield on there. So it's going to be looking at getting a plant inside the wall, but they can't do the normal thermite breach, so they're just going to have to come in through here. But is there anything Dplus Kia can do about it realistically? They are thinking about getting the nitro out. Bullet's holding on to it for the time being. He's smoked off, but he's waiting for that sound. Does he hear it coming out? That's the question. Nitro goes. Shot out beautifully. That's the cover that you need. Rin hitting that shot. Plant goes down, and now Dplus Kia on the back foot.
I mean, at this point, just perfectly threaded cover. Right, now they have this position. Levi going for the attempted retake, gets one, and that shows what the importance of the hatch control. They now drop with still Coated holding a backline. Gets it down onto one, but the next fight is so important. There it is. One final player just steps up. Coated is goated, Tim.
I really like the Ossa for that side.
Guys.
Thanks. I really like the Ossa for that side. I think it's a little bit underutilized sometimes, and we've just seen why. I think it can be really powerful, but you are kind of reliant on hitting that nitro shot. You're banking a lot on somebody being able. There's a lot of pressure, and Rin absolutely smashed it. You know, you've got to hit that shot. You've got to hit that nitro, otherwise it's all over. You lose your shield, your diffuser's down, you probably lose your Ossa as well. You know, you've got big problems if that nitro lands, but yeah, really well planned for from FearX. Really nice example of that attack, and Coated did a brilliant job at the end there. I honestly thought that when the hatch got dropped, I thought maybe he gets pushed from both sides and loses out, but nope, they weren't able to get it done, and FearX hold on. Good attack.
4-3. They're able to make the first one land. The first round they've been able to make land in a long time.
10
Whether that's due in parts themselves or not, it's hard to tell. There's still elements, right, of the smoke coverage rush with a shotgun that seemed confused which way to look as they hit blue and getting the trade. That's not really how you want to lead yourself in. Woogieman, I don't think threw a single Candela, but used both smokes. And the shotgun ying, not the most common. But, well, maybe there's still some chance at throwing themselves in here. It's still a very even game as well across both teams in terms of kills. Everybody's sort of getting themselves stuck in. Mighty is usually on that back line sort of roll. They've had, I think, 1 or 2 rounds where they've been able to get themselves stuck in. There's almost an immediate fight. The Zoph, very close to an engagement, that slips away on the quick breach on towards the top windows. They're just smashing everything they can above and you know, forcing some of this space, creating this pressure before they can peel and pull themselves back in. That is a sort of known approach here.
One thing that FearX, one thing that FearX could really do to improve their game here, given that they're only 4-3 up, is look at those entries. They've only had 2 so far out of 7. Big problem for them in the beginning of the rounds. They're playing an awful lot of this game in kind of a 4 versus 5 landscape, and they could just really do with improving that area, getting in there in the early rounds, sending a little bit of a message to Dplus Kia. They are still getting rounds done, but we've got to remember they did have that big run of 3 round losses back to back through the second half. They did manage to overcome the entry kill last time around. It was Falls, incidentally, Falls has had 3 in a row. Entries, there you go, make it another one, not for Falls but for Mighty. Bullet backs it up. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. FearX are now 3 versus 5. It's something that's happening far too often, and they're having to fight back, and they're reliant on it, but they seem to have the answers.
Well, there it is. Just one bit sort of bite back on towards it, but it leaves them still in this 2 versus 2. Mighty, as I said before, they have their moments in this back line. Now they've got to make sure that they can level things up, or maybe Bullet will just do it all himself. He gets another for his tally. Leaves Mephi alone on the swing, and you're sort of wondering, you know, positionally, what was he sort of offering the support there? Why did they take that first engagement a little bit early? There's a lot of time that they could have played with Bullet. 4K for the round, I believe. And there's that nice try back.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, Dplus Kia certainly getting active in the game, and the old chat going to level it up 4-4 now. And this one is, you know, FearX are trying to make it as difficult as they can for Dplus Kia. Dplus Kia obviously fighting hard for that 3rd place slot. If they win this game, if they get the full 3 points, it guarantees them that 3rd place position. PSG Talon will not be able to catch them. I was just having a quick look at the league table and how it maybe shapes up if this, say, went to overtime and Dplus Kia got a win, but it's only a 2-point win. It puts them on 12 and means with a 3-point win, PSG Talon could catch them up. So what happens in that situation? Well, it comes down to round difference. If this is an overtime win, Dplus Kia's round difference improves by a maximum of 2, which would put them up to +5. PSG Talon are currently on +2, so it's absolutely possible with a very good win for PSG Talon for them to catch up, and that's kind of a worst case scenario for PSG Talon. If it does go to overtime here, you know, the likelihood is Dplus Kia, they may win, but more often than not it's going to be by 1 round, so we'd only see a 2-round difference between the 2 of them. So could be very, very close come the close.
There's something of like a blood grudge match between these 2 teams that I'm quite enjoying. Because it's all, you know, there's this element where both teams are playing, as I said, to style on each other. They want to have these big kill rounds. They want to almost have just a shooting game and not really run the objective to a degree. Yes, it's still an objective-based game, and yes, that's a win con, and yes, sometimes a rush like that will be almost the best dirt in your opponent's wounds. But just these sort of situations, the sort of traded 3K to a 4K, nice try, that's the energy between these 2 teams. I guess they also see each other as the, I'm not going to say perennial rivals because it's still quite new for Dplus Kia, this roster, to be here. But there's always that element, A, between these 2 orgs, and B, you would argue that they're, you know, the 2 best teams in this league at points. CAG have had a great run this year, but I think from the history of last year towards not having the sort of same roster changes, at least for one of the sides.
Yeah, there's certainly two of the top three at the minute, and I think, you know, like you say, there's those bragging rights. The bragging rights are on the line here. You want to come out and you want to make it, you know, known that you're number one in the region. And right now, FearX aren't making too much progress here. They've struggled to use those Rotero drones effectively, really. Boogeyman is now out of them. They don't have the castle barricade cleared. They don't have the wall open. Matty was just looking to get a little bit aggressive there at the top blue, but the track stingers were creating a little bit of difficulty for him to do that. He does take the aggressive swing around, manages to get himself one. Foal's got the entry along the way. Mighty will. He's just fighting through the track stingers. You know what? I'll just trample all over him.
He did almost kill himself impacting his way out of the track stingers, though, which would have been very funny. But now it leaves this a 3 versus 2. But also think about what's been removed from this point as well. There's no hard breach really left to get things in, because wherever they've used those pockets isn't here. They've just got 2 flashes and then the 4 flashes. They've been able to obviously shoot their way through the Kivas, but at this point you still got to just hot swing in towards the site itself. Under the cover of your blinds. No extra pressure. There's the roll of the first smoke, and there's just a perfectly timed swing with that shotgun there. Nears makes their way around, still with the shotgun rather than the rifle, and is probably regretting that right now. Bullet gets the last, and Dplus get themselves ahead again.
Yeah, another round, another entry going in favour of Dplus Kia. Falls again. 4 out of the last 5 rounds he has picked up that entry kill. He's going absolutely crazy for his team at the minute, and Dplus Kia find themselves in the lead at the minute. Honestly, I don't think FearX is going to find a way back into this. I think Dplus Kia could go on and win this from here, because in that round, you know, what a great example. They were just... FearX were nowhere. You know, the hard breach, ineffective. Rotero drones, ineffective. Gunfights, ineffective. Candelas, ineffective. They didn't manage to use anything to any real advantage there. Even the track stingers didn't stop Mighty coming up there and getting a double kill. Like, their utility usage was, in honesty, just really, really poor overall. And Dplus Kia were just like right on top of it. They were aggressive at the right times. We just saw that beautiful time swing from Nears, and I come back, you know, I often talk about how bothered were the players in sight, and it was one of those rounds where they were not bothered in the slightest. We had that little swing from Nears at the end where he needed to challenge onto door. Other than that, there was never any pressure applied to either open or cafeteria from FearX, from above, laterally, anything. If you were sat inside of that site, imagine you were sat on that double door that you can see in front of us there, what would you have done? You could have been hands off your keyboard, absolutely no problem at all. And that is a problem for FearX. They've got to change that. They've got to be pressure inside. They've got to be moving those defenders. And I'm going to say it again, they've got to be getting an entry kill and giving themselves a chance in these rounds.
Occasionally, if I'm in a moment where I want to know what is being said in all chat, I'll take international languages I don't speak, like Portuguese, and type it into Google Translate. Which isn't... I'm not going to say that that's always successful, Google Translate. Because I think it's come back wrong anyway, but I believe they called them a chopped vegetable dish. A mirepoix is a French chopped vegetable dish. Could be entirely wrong. This is, again, the internet that's telling me that that is what they translated.
In my mind, I really hope it was, and it is forever going to be.
Diced them up like vegetables.
Yeah, in my mind, that is now the insult. You've been diced like vegetables.
Diced like vegetables. 5-4. And with the Ying removed, we won't have any more Ying rushes with a shotgun. I'm kind of happy about that, to be honest. Really wasn't working. It was a failure. 2.5, I would say. Sure, there was the late moment, but you know, it wasn't quite operating in a manner. Falls. He was the first to go last time round. As the bees come out high, so does the smoke canister, sort of saying, I know you're there, you know I'm there. Until this hatch gets broken, which it now is. The pressure will come on. This feels more traditional for both teams, really. Think of the coverage here, not only from the attackers, where they're getting the hatches in, they're not just throwing themselves in behind smokes and trying to find a fight. They're not going to try with the Oster Shield plant again, but the defenders. They now have the Turbo to play the hatches. They have the Goya. They have the Kibas and the smokes as well. I think a couple of those were missing last time round. Especially, I think the only one they really had with the is Army from that step up. And now they have plant denial. Now they have time pressure they can sort of put onto it. Trying to find some approach here on towards Garage. They've got the sense coverage on the back hatch as well, but there's someone watching to the left, which if they don't know about, that could be the sort of defining and divining factor. Too easy.
That was quite defining.
Too easy.
Double nitro comes in from Levi, manages to get that. Mighty and Nears, and this round is over. 35 seconds left to go. Woogieman drops in, about 30 HP on the Grim, flips to the pistol, and we're back in the old chat again. I don't know if you know what Levi thinks about, the VRX roster this time around. But he's making himself clear. Woogieman is going to be taken. He manages to come off the keyboard for a second to get that final kill. So that's going to be Dplus Kia putting themselves on to map point. Look, there was a plan from VearX there. It's always a risk when you're going to take a hatch drop like that because you don't know what you're dropping into, and they certainly didn't know that they were dropping into a nitro coming over the top. It just gets worse and worse. I keep going on about the entry, but it is so important. We're looking at it now, with 10 rounds in, it's 8-2 in favour of Dplus Kia. It is no surprise that they are winning this game.
It could be because it's early, but for a second I did misread that one as real bot dad. I was like, you're dad? Bot doesn't need to be translated. If you don't know what that is, you are one. Slammed. Got him.
So many people just taken care of in the chat there. I'm going to double down on what I said. I don't think FearX win another round here, if I'm honest. I think Dplus Kia win this out 7-4 and lock themselves into that third place. We're going to see them going up to the top floor. Denari is going to come along. I keep watching this operate with fascination because Denari has the capability, and I keep saying this, to be, I think, one of the most complex gadgets in the game in many ways, in terms of variation and in terms of, possible setups. But it's kind of, again, that utopian siege idea. It's the Oryx jumping up a hatch to get a flank. It's a beautiful idea. But the stars have to align for it to happen and for it to be successful, and we don't see it that often. But, by God, do we get excited when we do. And I feel like it's the same with Denari. You've got the kind of simple use of getting them under the step treads. We love seeing that. That's probably where it is by far and away the most successful so far, is on those stairs, underneath one of the treads, particularly when players are walking down, not so much when they have to come upstairs, when they need to come downstairs. But of course there's this high fantasy of these spider webs made of these Denari lasers, denying this space and time, and utility, and we're still seeing those works developed by these teams, and we are going to see these setups become more and more complicated, I think, over time. What we tend to see here on the top floor as the use for Denari is a spider web across the windows, because what you're trying to do is burn utility. It's not about preventing access, it's forcing each one of those lasers to be broken down for utility to be thrown in so that you can gain access if you need. But you've got to do it at the right time, because the lasers only switch off for 8 seconds when they are breached by a piece of utility, and then they're back active. So it's a real fight, a real battle to clear them out.
Now, there's not a million things that they need to do to get this one locked out from this point onwards. As I said, it still doesn't really feel like a real game. They've been battening themselves against the hatches and then throwing themselves down the well. They're going to see if they can try and get the Deimos in, put some pressure underneath. Obviously, Mighty's taken a fair chunk of damage. But with Falls opening himself a rotate in towards Archives from the bottom of main, they could try and find somewhere else to pinch. FearX giving themselves a bit more support here underneath, but the track comes out on towards the smoke. That's pressure on towards Levi, and that's a down and a chase from a Deimos. an easy pickup. Will all chat pop off? Maybe not yet, but they've at least got the revenge on somebody that was happy to type time and time and time and time and time and time again. Bullet just in towards the sort of corner of the banana position, ready for the swing. Obviously, they have to be aware of this on towards lobby as the pressure wants to come towards that back line. Now they've cleared that smoke. They've got a bit of this back line done, but here's another track on towards the player inside archives. Bullet's able to find Coated as well. That was from the lobby windows. Kind of an easy pickup with Mighty getting Mephi as well. Good Boys just sort of tracking a 1 versus 1 that they can't win out. Falls, secures it, a 4 versus 2. Woogieman, he's crept his way up towards the top of main stairs, does a bit of damage, and does get the end kill on it. But with the concern of somebody looping in underneath, you can see that Dplus is trying to encircle and finally does get that kill. It's a pretty easy push over on towards the final line. A lot of activity in all chat for a game that really meant nothing. But at this point, hey, who am I to tell them what to do?
Dplus Kia do manage to lock themselves in that 3rd seed, but as you say, really pretty low on the scale of impact in terms of the league overall. But look, they were very solid in the second half, even when they finally managed to get themselves an entry kill in that last round. FearX still unable to get it over the line, and Dplus Kia kind of getting a bit stylish towards the end with it.
Well, we'll go to a break before we're back with the next game.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hey, Mephi.
Hello, Oceania guys.
오세아니아가 아니라 이거 APL 전체라서 안녕하세요, 메피입니다 하고 이제 캐주얼하게.
알겠습니다.
Okay. What's going on, guys? I'm Mingoran, head coach for Enterprise Rainbow Six Siege. Today we have Aussie lunch with Mephi. Hi, Mephi.
안녕하세요, 메피입니다.
저희가 이제 호주에 와서 많은 호주 음식을 먹게 될 건데
네.
혹시 알고 계신 호주 슬랭이 좀 계실까요?
미트파이밖에 모르는 것 같아요.
아, 호주 슬랭이 그거거든요. 이제 농담 같은.
아, 농담이에요.
이제 밈 같은.
스낵으로 들었어.
혹시 알고 계신 호주 슬랭이 있을까요?
없어요, 아무것도.
제가 조금 가르쳐 드려도 괜찮을까요?
아, 네, 괜찮아요.
이제 호주 사람을 만났을 때 할 수 있는 말이 있는데 이제 간단하게 말할 수 있는 게 스카논, 안 그럼 good day mate 이라고 하면 이제 호주에서 반갑다, 인사로 표현되는 말인데 나중에 호주에 오시면 써보시면 좋을 것 같아요.
한 번 더 해주세요.
스카논.
스카논?
Yeah, 스카논 mate.
스카논, 메이트?
Yeah.
오케이.
아주 좋습니다. 그리고 이제 thank you 대신 쓸 수 있는 말이 cheers mate,
Cheers?
cheers,
Cheers?
yeah, cheers mate
아,
라고 하시면 됩니다. 이제
아.
만났을 때 scan on mate, 이제 cheers mate 이거 두 개면 호주에서 생활하시기엔
오케이.
문제 없을 겁니다.
Scanon mate, cheers mate 라 맞죠?
이제 카메라 보고 이제 scan on mate,
Scanon mate, cheers mate.
이제 간단하게 즐기시던 레인보우 식스에서 프로 씬까지 어떻게 오게 됐는지.
사실은 제가 이 레인보우 식스 시즌을 하기 전에 카운터 스트라이크라는 게임을 했어요. 하다가 이제 그 게임에서도 좀 높은 랭크를 유지를 하고 대회를 좀 나가면서 좀 프로게이머에 대한 꿈을 그때부터 좀 꿨는데, 이제 제가 중학교 3학년 때 이제 16살 때 게임에 대한 흥미를 좀 잃어가지고 제 스팀 라이브러리를 찾아보다가 언젠가 사놓은 레인보우 식스 시즈가 있는 거예요. 그래서 그때 레인보우 식스 시즈를 처음 했는데 게임이 되게 재밌는 거예요. 그래서 계속 해서 하다 보니까 계속 최고 랭크를 찍게 되고 같이 하는 친구들이랑 같이 하게 되고 높은 랭크를 찍다 보니까 이 게임에서도 프로게이머를 할 수 있겠다라는 생각이 들어가지고 그때부터 프로게이머를 하려고 생각했습니다.
이제 우기맨님하고 비슷한 내용이네요. 우기맨님도 이제 친구들과 함께 하다가 자연스럽게 프로를 생각하게 됐다고 하는데 역시 같은 팀이라 그런지 비슷한 내용이네요.
다 비슷할 거라고 생각해요. 사실 프로게이머라는 게 대부분 다 그렇잖아요. 취미로 게임을 하다가 이제 자기가 랭크가 높아져가지고 욕심이 생기면은 프로게이머를 도전할 수 있게 되는 자격을 얻게 되면 이제 하고 한다 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 다 비슷하지 않을까 합니다.
아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 잖아. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about, yeah. 내 맘하는 사람 손으로 하여 우리 tonight 완벽한 lover. 내 맘하는 사람 손으로 하여 우리 tonight.
Well, game one is done, and we'll put that one to bed as we find ourselves now progressing into the ones with the real heat, the real meat, and the ones that might have a real bit of matter here. Tim, we're going to start seeing if some of these teams that are in the bottom four can cement themselves in that top six.
Yeah, we're really starting to get into it now. It's Mer Gaming versus PSG coming up next. And how this affects the table? Well, Mer needs some points. Simple as that. Currently sat in 7th place. Outside of those playoff spots, PSG are locked in. They can't get 3rd place now. So for PSG, it's kind of irrelevant. They're going to be in 4th when all is said. Well, no, that's actually not true. Teams could overtake them, actually. So it would be better off, getting a point or two so that they're clear of that 10-point barrier. But otherwise, it doesn't really matter too much for PSG Talon. But yeah, Mer Gaming, they need... I would say forget about 2 points. They need 3 here. They're on -11 round diff, so they really don't want to be, getting into those round diff head-to-heads with any of the teams above them, because generally, I suppose they're kind of close to Kenotrope, but realistically, it's probably not going to be pretty. So for them, it's really aimed for that full 3 points. And, what does that mean in terms of the players that we're seeing on the screen there? It means everybody needs to step up. I've kept saying this. Rheumatic, great player. We've seen some big moments, a little bit quiet over the last couple of play days, and that's seen Mer struggle. And they need to be getting him firing, but everybody else on with him. He can't do it on his own.
So, I mean, it's a very fair shout, right, to sort of talk about how we need players to step up. And, Coupe's not been having a great one, but Luca is the unfortunate one holding the title of the worst rated player in APAC North. And the sad thing is, it's a bit of a distance. They're finding themselves, I think, if we have our sort of gauge of things, the best rated player across everything, Shurip, 129. Then it drops off quite quickly to about your 115, 110 from 3rd place onwards. Then when you get to the bottom, Fishlike is 84, and then Yunsung 82, and then 67 as a drop-off towards last place. It's, you never want to harp on a single player, right? You never want to harp on that. But when they are your entry position, -13 on entry, that is that sort of moment. They're playing Blackbeard, they're playing Blitz, and they just cannot find a way for the whole team to enter the building because their entry player is suffering so much. Look at their entry number compared to anybody else's here. This is their job that they're taking, and they cannot make it happen. And it is such an important job, often highlighted as being maybe one of the most important jobs, is if your entry player isn't confident, the whole team isn't confident. They have to just throw themselves in, think of the best entries in the world, and that's that sort of drive through. Anyway, this could be the chance for them to step back in.
You're absolutely right, Em. And the problem is they're going up against PSG side that... so PSG Talon's problems have generally come towards the end of the round. So at the beginning of the round, they've actually been really solid. If you look across their entry stats there, generally speaking, Soldier, Ryder particularly, a 20 and 11 between them on entry. So they are doing pretty well at the beginning of the rounds. And the phrase that I keep using for PSG Talon is that they win 80% of the round. And that's their problem. It's that last 15, 20% that they don't always do to get it over the line. They usually get themselves in some great positions. And you see them quite often like 4 versus 2, 4 versus 3, and then losing the round from there. That's what they need to work on, is the end of the round and getting it closed out. But I think they're going to get themselves some real early advantages here, and it's a good opportunity for them to start addressing those mistakes and fixing them and getting those rounds closed out and getting them won.
Now, talking of, unfortunately, I'll keep the like downbeat memo of talking about players that have underperformed going, because that's what we love to do here. Yunsung on the other side of it, and Yunsung was a player who has obviously had some previous time on big Korean rosters, then was sidelined for a while, then brought in to replace Yas. They also haven't quite been able to get themselves in. They are also that big Blackbeard and Blitz sort of player that's often on shields. And again, it's an operator you build a team behind. It's an operator you build a sort of rhythm behind. They haven't been able to get themselves in the same place. Yeah, okay. They've had a bit of better luck of it because the rest of the team can step up and sort of does. But it is still that metric, right? That's what I'm going to be putting as that mantle of comparison, because as soon as you get yourselves back into these games where you're against teams that know how to shut that down, it's just going to get shut down again, and you're not going to be able to sort of progress to that level. But where we end up going, where we end up sort of spiraling and circling our way around, there's always the chance we're back at bank. No, it's gone labs again. So we've had this a little bit rarer. It was, I think, the most played last time round. Since then, we've only had it twice throughout this split so far. Why not a third time here, Tim?
Yeah, I love a bit of Labs. It's one of my favourite maps to cast and to play at the minute, to be honest. I absolutely love it. So, yeah, I'm definitely down for a bit of that. I don't think this is going to suit Mer Gaming at all, to be honest with you. I would expect PSG Talon to be coming out much better. It is their number one. Let me actually just extend that time frame before I go saying that. It's actually their number one preference is, but they've played it once, lost it once. It's banned against them a lot. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what people are seeing, because the only time we've seen them play it was a loss against Scars. I just think it's going to be. I think they've got enough problems coming up against a team like PSG Talon without trying to play Night Haven Labs as well. It's one of our biggest maps. It's one of our most strategical maps, and I think it just gives you. Look at the win they got against Dplus Kia. Where was it? Border. Super simple. Get in there, have gunfights. Just try and bully your opponents and get on top of them. It's not the case on Labs. It's a third preference map for PSG Talon. Granted, they've played it 3 times, lost it twice. It's not gone fantastically, but we saw them win it a couple of days ago against Scars. I really fancy PSG Talon, given the map choice here.
I mean, yeah, right. You'd sort of be hard pressed to go against it. The choice between Consular and Labs, leaving it to PSG Talon, both maps that are quite intricate, both maps that you sort of have to play on this team balanced game. And again, there's almost that sort of argument about how important the confidence is and how important the sort of gun game is. Look at the maps that PSG Talon has taken out, got rid of Border, got rid of Chalet, get rid of Bank, get rid of these Clubhouse as well, which is sort of your default standard. Put them on a sort of slower paced, slightly bigger tactical map. On the other side of it, look at what removals here came from Mer. I think both of them knew where the strengths were, and unfortunately for the sake of Mer, this is that argument about both map pool and the depth that sort of can find yourself out, but also how many more maps play themselves well towards that bigger structure right now, that sort of boxiness. We don't have things like Oregon that are that sort of tighter fight maps. We don't have the ones that play themselves in towards that side of things. So in that spread of everything, and in that sort of spread of how this comes together, it's just a unfortunate depth of pool thing, which is PSG Talon should be able to push this one over the edge, Tim.
Yeah, they definitely should. To maybe look at let's try and find a positive for Mer. They need to come out and get a result here, as we said. A good thing for them. We haven't seen them play this map for quite a long time. It's like 3 months that we've seen. They played it against Scars. They did lose it, but they played it against Scars. And so there's not going to have been, a lot of counter prep possible, I would suggest. Obviously, things have changed in those 3 months, and so maybe they can come in there with a few surprises, whereby PSG Talon, we last saw them play it 3 days ago, and I think that's possibly the line of thinking for Mer, is thinking, look, we've got really recent footage on PSG Talon. We kind of know how they're going to set up. We can be prepared for what they're going to do. But yeah, I still feel like it's maybe going to be a step too far. We'll see how it plays out. It's certainly better than Consular, because that's a much better map for PSG Talon. It's usually banned against them. They've won the last 2 times they've played it. So yeah, I think if you've got the choice between the two, it's probably the better of the two if I'm trying to find a positive for Mer. But I feel like it wasn't a great final 2 to come down to have a choice from for them.
Slight delay, if you hadn't have guessed. We'll be in the game in but a moment as we just get the players sorted out on that final sort of stretch. And as you sort of said, right, with the comparison of where these teams could end up placed in the points that they could go, PSG Talon, similar to Dplus Kia, could not theoretically jump in towards the top, or they could not jump into the top 2. They could theoretically jump a little bit higher up, but the fact that Dplus have just sort of pulled a win means that I don't even think they'll pass them. They are locked in 4th, potentially could drop down.
Yeah, they can drop down, but not up.
But that's it. At the same time, with the sort of games that we have in hand, obviously afterwards, that Kenotrope and Enterforce 36 aren't playing each other, and they have the chance at 3 points fully each, I think it is.
Yeah.
You will get yourself sort of... Sorry, I'm just running the mental math. They could drop all the way to 6.
Yeah, there is a world where they could finish in 6.
And then you're sort of thinking, I don't know how the seeding works for the final playoffs week.
So I'm
haven't
pretty sure that first and second. Don't quote me on this 100%. This how it's
I'm
worked.
quoting you on it
I'm pretty sure
100%.
I'm. Quote me 100% now. I'm
right.
pretty sure first and second will go into the upper bracket semis, which is the second round of playoffs. They will go on to either side of the bracket, and then third to sixth will play in the upper bracket quarterfinals, which is the first round of the playoffs, and they will play third versus sixth and fourth versus fifth. So there is arguably a benefit to finishing in third, because you'll play against sixth place, which arguably would be a worse team you would expect, but I guess not always the case, depending how things shake out. And sometimes if teams have maybe had a bad start and a better finish or something like that. But yeah, that's how it should work, and then they'll go through to play the first and second seeds after that, the winners.
This is the thing that confuses me a bit, is that technically in the upper bracket semis, there's only slots for 4 teams, according to Wikipedia. Right? Whereas obviously we're pulling in, 4 teams from APAC North? How many?
Which are you looking at? The APAC North playoffs or the regional finals? Because the regional finals is different.
I'm looking at the major playoffs. I'm wrong.
Yeah, so the upper, so you've got it's a double elimination bracket.
That
So,
explains it. I've opened the wrong tab.
There you go. You need that right tab open.
I do need that right tab open.
when you're looking at the right format.
That was what I was like. I was like, my brain desperately
as
worked.
soon as you said it, I thought,
how does 6 become 4?
I thought M's not looking at the right thing here. I thought there's not. This is definitely the regional. I thought M's definitely looking at the regional finals. Yeah. So our playoff for the major that will happen in APAC North is, it starts with an upper bracket quarterfinal, which will be third place to sixth place. They will play in 2 games there. The winners will head through to the upper bracket semis against first and second. The losers will drop down to lower bracket quarterfinal, waiting to play the losers of those top seed matches, and then the losers of the lower bracket quarterfinals will go to a 5th place match, and everybody else the winners will then sort of continue on through as you would expect. But yeah, if you finish first or second, it means you've got a game less. You only need to win 3 games. If you finish first or second, 3 wins in the playoffs will see you win the whole thing and get through to the major. But obviously for 4th to 6th, you've got that extra game to begin with. So.
Wow. The predictions are in. PSG Talon, 89%. Again, I'm not that surprised by that. It's sure it's the team's fine. Sure it's the map fine. But it is also just the fact that as a team, they've generically played better across the sort of board here. Regardless, at this point, they've all played the same sort of teams behind them. They've all had the sort of same history. And Mer have just struggled to push things over the line. I think it's also that sort of swing of things where if you are looking at that ability to push things over the line, right? Mer, they were in OT twice. They got themselves into the OT loss position twice, but still with a -11 round difference. When things go wrong, they go very wrong. And they go quite wrong quite fast, I think, for Mer Gaming. They seem to get... they'll have these huge games. They opened with a 6-8 against CAG. I think that was the first. I don't think they got a point in the first split, or they didn't get a win. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Either way, they got their win their second day against Dplus Kia. Unbelievable start for Mer Gaming. And then it just went wrong.
They did not get a single win in stage 1. They got 1 point. They got an overtime loss, which, if I scan through the games quickly, I'm sure I can. Oh, it was not pretty, to be fair. I'm just looking through Mer's results in stage 1. It was like 7-3, 7-1, 7-0, 7-2, 7-1, 7-3, and then in the last game of the stage against Kenotrope, it was 8-7. That was their best result. But before that, they hadn't actually got more than 3 rounds. So I think if we're being fair to Mer, we've absolutely seen a very reasonable improvement for them. You know,
We
to
did.
say that they didn't secure more than 3 rounds previously, and they now sat on 5 points with a win and 2 overtime losses, and they could fight for a playoff place, as unlikely as it might be. They could, you know, and we have seen better performances out of them.
Well, this is the we could about it, right? Is that their opening 2 play days were their best. Get themselves into OT. Yeah, they lost against CAG, but they lost against CAG. Then they beat Dplus Kia 7-2, which was just sort of very unexpected, and one of I think the biggest losses that roster suffered this split around. And then they just struggled, shut down a bit, lost a lot of those rounds, lost a lot of the sort of groundswell, big sort of losses against FearX, yeah, fine, but also big sort of losses against Kenotrope and big losses against Scars and these mid-table and bottom-table teams that if they'd have been able to pull just one of those same performances out, they would have been qualified. They would have been sat waiting for playoffs. They would have had this exponential sort of growth, and instead, unfortunately, here they are, and they get themselves all the way against Enterforce 36, lose yesterday, that other sort of lower rated team. My word, a rehost. And I'll finish this point before we go into a quick break, is if they are still disheartened, as I said, when they take a loss, they seem to suffer a loss. They need to try and remember that Playday 1, Playday 2 Mer Gaming. They need to try and get that 3 points. It might not be enough, but it is all they can do right now with the hope of going on. Anyway, Tim, you and I, we're going to Quick Break Town. Population, us 2 and all the viewers.
When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, y'all been waiting for me. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just keep dropping it, like there's no stopping it. Then walk with it, la 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 la. I'll just drop it, just drop it, just drop it, just drop it, la 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 la. When I hear it coming up like that, I just know that things are gonna end bad. When my body only moves for the beat, y'all been waiting
Welcome back, and we find ourselves hurtling in towards Nighthaven Labs. Thank you for bearing with us. Every problem has been ironed out and problemed across, and we are in towards the game. If you've forgotten the stakes, Tim, 5 words or less, what are they?
Need to win.
Attackers
There you
need
go.
to locate and
4 words.
There you go. If they want to get in the playoffs, they need to win.
If you wanted to use the 5th word, what would you use? That's not a good
Need
word.
to win excellently.
All right. Yeah,
There
because
you
to be
go.
honest, if they can try
We need
and
a big win.
if they can get a big win and they can get that -11 down to something a bit more palatable, it's not a great team to want to have to do that against. It's not a great map to want to have to do that on, but it is a map all the same. So, my conversation that I had when we were talking about the teams a long, long time ago was sort of focused on a style of play and 2 players struggling to lead it, which is Shields, which is where Luca and Yunseng are immediately propping themselves up. Okay, the Clash is a very different one in this economy, where they've sort of banned out the hard breacher. They're going to be playing themselves on towards these swing fights, but look at the double ban of Electrics. That Clash is going to be super busy in being responsive towards what gets opened up and where they can try and hold themselves down here. They've got to see if they can try and get this entry game untoward their favor and in toward their opponents at this point. Are PSG Talon going to hand them an early engagement, who are already qualified and are just sort of playing for placement security in towards the top 6 or the middle 4? Or will Mer Gaming be able to just try and bring some solid ground towards what has sometimes been a bit of a shaky approach? Here comes that shield of Luca, sort of rolling their way up towards the site itself. Again, an easy bit of removal on some of the problematic utility inside, and that'll get them their route through. But there's that Clash I talked about. Here is this shield-to-shield game, just slowing them down, telling them exactly what's what, and as soon as they try and make an approach, there's a Clash in their face.
Yeah, definitely to slow things down. A reminder for everybody, of course, the electricity does not damage anymore, so it makes it less of a direct counter to the Monty. The Monty should still be able, if they wish, to aggress forward here. But for the time being, this is just a little dance of death, just trying to keep an eye on each other and see exactly what's happening. But I would say that the Clash of Yunsang is winning at the minute because they are burning time. Over half of the round gone, and PSG Talon really holding this nicely. Mer Gaming absolutely no closer to clearing this Clash out. They've got a Capitao right there. They've got a book underneath. They've got all the tools they need to get it done. It's just taken them too long. Yunsang still alive, still fighting. The book chased away as Naps takes some damage. And look at this. The Clash gets themselves safely back into sight. That is perfectly played by Yunsang. Ryder manages to pick up the opening kill. 58 seconds left to go. And Mer Gaming have made little to no progress on getting into this site so far.
Well, Mizi gets a kill over the top, Soldier gets a kill from the top, and at this point, it's just the 2 remaining players. One of them is Shield, struggling to find a route in with the kit on the opposite swing, waiting behind smoke canisters, and the other Rheumatic, that Ash, having to pick up and entirely rotate. They full sent this approach with somebody underneath, just trying to sort of let them in towards the site itself, but it gave PSG less problems to have to solve. Fine, this breach was open, but I'm not sure anyone even died over here. There wasn't an early approach. They've snuck themselves in on towards IT. They're well aware of it. Luca does get a pistol kill on towards Soldier, but an easy pickup on towards the last. And against the Clash, this Monty probably not going to get very far. What was that? An accident? Well, they've at least picked up afterwards.
Misa's got some questions to answer there. Launches a nitro at the Monty and instead takes down his own shield. I mean, look, it was a shield. We can give him that at least. PSG Talon super in control of that round. Mer Gaming had absolutely no plan to really deal with that Clash. It took them a long time to get the book underneath, and when they did, the book was challenged and kind of just dipped out of the fight as soon as they came under pressure. They were like, nope, too rich for me, and they were off. And it just allowed Yunsang to get back into sight, to continue doing doing what they were doing. They had a Capitao on the breach as well, and they didn't get involved in trying to clear out that clash. It should have been a fairly simple task to force them back into sight. There was no risk to the Capitao, you know, in order to... Sorry, I'm actually lying. I'm looking back at the lineup. There was no Capitao. But yeah, they had the Grim, they had the Buck, they had the Ash as well. You know, plenty of utility there that could have been used to force that clash back. I know it won't destroy the shield when being held, but even those Ash chargers, you know, firing behind the clash, they're going to have to move. They can't just stand still and tank the damage. So lots there that could have been done for Mer Gaming, but weren't. They just... It was like they'd come up against a brick wall. They didn't push IT. They didn't push Warehouse Catwalk. They didn't push Aqua Stairs. They didn't try to push anywhere else. They just kind of came up to this clash and went, huh, and just waited out the round there. So PSG Talon played it really well. Yunsang just keeping them busy throughout the entirety. So Mer Gaming, we've got to see more options. We've got to see some kills. But first and foremost, you cannot just walk headfirst into the defence and just keep pushing at the same point. I like to see this. Going in straight away, looking for that top floor control.
Well, PSG Talon with at least one team kill and one that was on the back of a, you know, pushing against the pistol, swinging a Monty. You wonder how serious those engagements played out, or how quickly they just want to try and move themselves on towards the next round. We'll see if that becomes a statement here. Luca on towards the Blackbeard again. This sort of shield lean-in. It's a trickier map. You can't be as directional. You have to have a sort of multifaceted approach. It's going to sort of edge and eke its way down Fish Stairs. There's a chance at a swing there from obviously the snooker in the game's side. But it doesn't feel like PSG Talon have a crushing need to rotate. Just tucking themselves slightly further round on the side of Cargo. They've still got themselves some support. And there goes that entry. There goes that Blackbeard. And there goes just a swing. Was that from underneath maybe? I don't know if that was above that one, but either way, again, it's everything I talked about before the game, Tim.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, Mer need to be focusing on keeping the kind of tip of the spear, the utility that they're looking to get into sight. You need to throw it. No! The Warrant Rider taken down by Rheumatic again. The player on the side of Mer that is going to get things going, using that Vendetta beautifully well on the Deimos to get himself a kill. Unsang just a little bit low on health as well. Something that they need to be aware of and be cautious of. But they're going to face the same problem here. Mer Gaming, they didn't do enough in the time that they had in round one. We're now down to 45 seconds in round two. Nade comes in. They're going to clear this position, and they do it brilliantly well. That is good teamwork. That is good positioning, and that is good use of utility. Looking better. 30 seconds left to go.
At this point now, they're still getting groundwork done above. They're still trying to get some of this sort of shaken and put apart, though, and that's that sort of pressure. When you've got 20 seconds, you've got to try and make this kit plant. You know you're going to be down into what is technically a 3 versus 3. They're being very obvious of where the plant's going and still getting, as I said, this structural work that's being retaken. Naps gets one more. Yinsen goes down. There's Rheumatic round on the back of Cargo, and caught reloading. Rheumatic drives Mer Gaming there through the heart and the back, and I think at that point you realize that we've got to go. We're still clearing out these fire canisters. We're still opening up these angles. They made it stick there, but a bit of a difference of time. Could be a bit of a difference of story. There's just the play against it. Great pressure there and great pinch on the Cargo take.
Yeah, way better from it. I mean, where was that energy in round one? You know, round one, they just sort of stood looking at Connector for 2 minutes. This time, you know, they were working together. They were using utility. They were forcing players out of position. They were aggressive as well. Rheumatic going in there at the end, getting those kills with the Vendetta. Absolutely great round from Mer Gaming. Night and day contrast to round one we saw there in round two. But look, the problem that they've got, and as we said, they need a win, and they need a win by as many rounds as they can get. If they're going to get themselves up onto 8 points, they may well end up in a maelstrom of round difference come at the end of the play day today, depending what happens in the other games. So they need to be improving that -11 by as much as they can, so they can't be having... I know it sounds super critical. They're up against a good team. They've struggled a lot, but they have improved themselves over the stage. But I'm sorry, you know, the time for, well, you've done really well over the stage is over now. You've got to come in here. You've got to deliver if you want that playoff spot, if you want to finish in the top 6. And the way to do that is to prevent PSG Talon from getting any rounds, but certainly as many as possible. And giving them away like you did in round 1 is going to be costly come the end of the day, I've no doubt, even if they do get the win here. So, Mer Gaming, we need much more of round 2 from them.
So, is it just a rheumatic round, though? Is that something we'll start to see as we get further on? Obviously, pulled the 3K, pulled themselves in solid. They have been that saving grace in some rounds, in some moments. They haven't quite been as connected at all times, but I think statistically they were the best rated player for Mer coming into this. It was almost this bit of a difference where a lot of other teams, they had a sort of player in the top 10. It wasn't like some other regions where it was very, very solid in. You know, you've got at least in the top 4 different teams, in the top 6 5 different teams. But unfortunately, the top player, which was Rheumatic, as I have a scroll through, 17th best. There's just a bit of a catch-up game Mer are having to play as an average sort of roster. Trying to get themselves this sort of pinch on towards the vending side this time first. Push their way down the opposite end towards the previous approach, and nobody has been caught yet. There are still obviously 2 players being pinged on the top floor, but at some point they've got to find a route out. They've got to find a way to go, and Mer have to make that choice. Do we just try and send it? Do we think we're steady enough? Do we think we're sturdy enough to get in and try and go for the plant, or do we try and hunt them out? Either way, look at PSG's positioning. Gotti has now come up. They're full sending some more support here. They're sort of saying, no, you want to try and hunt us. Mer need to make this choice, and they're being quite slow about it, Tim.
And that was the problem in round 1. That's what we want to see less of. You know, that slowness, that sort of caution. They've got to throw caution to the wind here if they want to be beating a team like PSG Talon, and they want to be doing it in an emphatic fashion. It's going to take bold moves to get bold results. That's the reality. Misa does manage to pick up guard. Not the ideal start for them, but Coupe is there for the trade, so that is something at least. They've lost the castle, not the end of the world for PSG Talon, especially considering that they've taken down the book, and that gives them you know, a lot more safety. They're going to see a lot less destruction going on. Nade comes in, Plant is going down. This is good. Mer have managed to find themselves some space here. Naps manages to get a kill. The plant will be successful. We're in a post-plant,
Well, ring around the Violent Rosies went one way up top. There's one more fight to win out, and that leaves just the Blackbeard, not for long. Ryder applied the pressure above, Soldier below, and PSG Talon did just enough to hold out. And, you know, you think one of those engagements goes the other way, it's a Mer gaming round, right? If they lose the vertical, they can watch the plant. If they lose underneath, there's a chance you're in a sort of 1v1 versus a Blackbeard. It was good work there by Mer Gaming to sort of see an opportunity and get themselves in, but they just couldn't hold on. I like the play on the grenade to stop the player being able to watch. The Deimos didn't need to full send the fight as much as he did. It was a great idea to rotate out and find the engagement, but at the same time, it seemed like they had about 70% of the information, which Mer couldn't quite operate on. Could be a factor because they hadn't cleared enough. Could be a factor because they needed more people dropped. Either way, as close as you like when a round hinges on a single kill.
Let's get up to the top floor again then, and Mer Gaming have got to show us something different here. They've got to show us something different than what we saw in round 1 on this top floor, which was basically they couldn't get into connector, and that was that. We have had the clash ban come along, so that's already part of solving the problem that they had, but I don't want to see a one-dimensional attack from them. Yes, they need to apply a bit of pressure to connector, but we want to see, the textbook, the checklist. We want to see IT getting opened up. We want to see a bit of pressure onto that Azami that's going to be playing on Warehouse Catwalk. I'd be certain that that's going to be Ryder's position. So, look, you've got to get in there. You've got to make a nuisance of yourself, and you've got to spin defenders round on this site, because otherwise they are just going to lock in on that one angle, and they're just going to hold those long lines of sight, and you're going to struggle to get anywhere near it.
Well, we have ourselves rotating around, as you said. You know, you're talking about pace, you're talking about approaches. I want to see a second approach as well. We had them sort of try and send entirely in from the connector side, from the jungle sides, and as God is prepared to swim around and fish, it's the back end of the side I want to have more of that push on. They're not a team that operates swiftly, Mo. They're not a team that will throw themselves in on a rush, even if they're seeing opportunity, right? And that won't quite get it, I don't think. Yeah, requires 4, unfortunately. So they'll just have to finish smashing the wall down.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit messy. It's look, I say the same thing about the Mavericks. You know, you may have heard me say it, you may not. I get really frustrated sometimes. I did yesterday. You know, with Mavericks that come in and don't open the walls. And it's kind of the same with Debana. If you're gonna play the trick, you're at we're not talking about giving it a go in ranked. We're at pro level play. You've got to have it nailed down. You know, you've got to get it right. Simple as that. You've got to be confident that you can do it. If that means you go and practice it 500 times, then you go and practice it 500 times, and you make sure that you can, you know, do that every single time. If it's going to be a technique that you want to use, especially when we're in an age now where we get multiple hard breach bans, and you don't always have an option. If you want that big breach, then you need to be getting it right. And it's a mistake from Mer Gaming. They do manage to pick up that opening kill, taking down Misa, so that's a big one. I'm not sure if the nitro had been used or not. I think it had, but even still, you're losing a gun, you're losing some manpower. A minute left to go. Mer need to start now softening up the site. That's the next big thing for them, and that's going to be a big help. Luca finding Ryder.
Yeah, another one there for the Monty, and as I said, this is the pressure that I wanted to see. It's a shield by themselves that does get C4 dropped them down, but not killed. So they might not know that they are actually downed at this point and are still cautious of the pressure, still concerned about going for the swing round. Well, they'll hear that. They swing out, but they're caught by Rheumatic, waited, baited, and, well, there goes a catch. At this point, Gotti alone, not for long. Mer, multifaceted, multi-angled, and multi-round winning.
Well, a different outcome this time, and look at what did it. They opened IT, they pressured Catwalk, they, you know, used those multiple angles. They made PSG Talon uncomfortable, made them turn around inside a site, and were able to secure those trades. They played well as a team. They didn't really give anything away for free, and that was the important thing for Mer there. So much better from them. They managed to lock that down, but again, this game still isn't really following the trajectory that they want. The first and foremost, most important thing is get 3 points. If they don't do that, they need a minimum of 2. A minimum of 2 will, for argument's sake, put them in the playoff discussion. I don't think 7 points is going to be enough come the end of the day, but it puts them in the discussion at least. Who knows how the other games go? Maybe it will be. But look, they need as many points as they can get, and that's the first and foremost. But like I keep saying, they need that round diff as well. So from here on in, I want to say a 4-2-half, realistically. They need to get these 2 attacks now and give themselves every opportunity on the defence to close out a good score.
2-2. PSG Talon, they're kind of taking some of these aggressions, some of these angles. It's always hard to gauge in a game like this, right? Of sort of being like, okay, how much of this is their do or die? How much of this is them in cruise control? Because it's PSG Talon. We've seen this team at the height of heights, but it's also PSG Talon. We've seen this team struggle recently to get things sort of set repeatedly. They're not really in a position to have games become questionable throwaways that we had earlier on today, because they still have work to do, still have work to be done. Here, as Mer pick up more and more pace and more confidence, they'll get IT open, they'll have their eyes as just sort of above the site itself. The Pulse is getting a read on the approach, and IQ is getting a read on a Pulse. They know each other's game is sort of back and forth and hand in hand at this point. Are just going to try and shepherd enough of the ground into their place and sneak a plant in? It didn't really work for them on one of their basement takes. So far, instead, when they've gone for these confrontations first, they've been able to actually get themselves and net themselves some approach, hopping their way in and getting some clarity over the top itself. There's always still 3 C4s and a Pulse on the board. You cannot sort of stay static too long. And they're aware that there's a Pulse. They're probably aware that there's this game of pressure. The roll of the Candelas. down and underneath over the top of Fish, as well, PSG Talon actually drop even further down. They're going to sort of play keep away, it seems like.
Yeah, I think PSG Talon just leaning into sort of Mer's slow game style here and thinking, let's just, you know, let them chase shadows around a little bit. Don't give them any engagements. Drop away from the fights and just burn time. And ultimately, they're looking at Soldier down in basement. That's the play for them, along with Yunsang as well. A couple of nitros down there. You know, plenty of opportunity to start hitting them as they try to get in towards site. There's plenty of soft surfaces that they can work from. Obviously, the IQ is going to be a really important element of this. The IQ does see the pulse from up to 20 meters away, whereas Pulse's distance is about 15 meters. So IQ does have an advantage in that fight, can see the pulse before they can see them. But they need to start finding some kills here, realistically. Demir, I'd be surprised if they get away with this. A plant in a 5v5. One shot comes into Luca, but no fear in the man. He's going to stick it, and he's going to get away with it. A 5v5 plant? How about that?
What happened there? He took a shot and then nothing. Silence. The C4, great visit of a C4 20 minutes after the fact. 5 versus 3. PSG Talon caught sleeping, snoozing. The pulse, yeah, fine. There's somebody up there, but it's a 3 versus 5. You're not in the position to just sort of try and lead people in here. You have to make some motion yourself. There's the coverage. There's a choice to move away from a shotgun. Does get the lock in here, but there's 5 seconds, Tim. The round is lost. Still with that sort of situation. 5 seconds left. We had 3 defenders still standing, and you're just like, what was that?
What was that? That's 2 nitros, a pulse, and a Valkyrie. If you're ever going to deny from below, it's got to be then, hasn't it? You know, you've got everything on your side to enable you to do it. And I think the honest answer is, well, I want to say the honest answer is that they didn't know the diffuser was going down. But somebody shot Luca. Somebody hit Luca. And they, like you say, they just seemed to pull off the trigger. And I don't know if maybe watching it back, we'll see that there was a bit of lateral pressure being put onto him. Maybe a little challenge into basement at the same time or something. But look, Luca spotted his opportunity. And what I love from him there is sometimes it's easy as a planter to take a bit of damage and think, oh no, I need to back out of this. But sometimes the answer is holding F and thinking, no, I'm locking in. This is me. I'm confident in my team. I'm confident in the plan. And he showed that. And Mer Gaming, they get themselves another. It's 3-2. As I said, I think they need a 4th. They need a 4-2 half here. They're back onto top floor attack. They won it in round 4 with a much better attack, all encompassing, pushing those multiple angles, you know, into connector, into IT, into catwalk, making it really difficult for PSG Talon. Got a couple of kills to begin things as well, and it's been a bit of a swing for them on the entry over the last couple of rounds. So want to see Mer Gaming continue that. They do have a Fenrir to deal with this time. Always a little bit tricky. Yunsang's going to bring that along, and it's just going to... There you go, 1 left. That's taken down, but it wasn't one of the activated ones. Just something that they need to consider. Need to really make use of these Twitch drones to try and clear a path of safety ahead of them.
The only thing I can think about that damage was that maybe it came from a teammate as he went for the plant.
Possibly.
That's like the only situation where I'm like, okay, maybe it was just an accidental shot and they stopped because they thought there would be an engagement and there wasn't, and PSG Talon really were just entirely unaware. But you're playing with a pulse and 3 C4s, and I don't think we had one pop until it had been secured. It's just not great, I think. There's a Hibana trick that should operate and get the wall open this time round. At this point, yeah, does the damage. They can use the shotgun to clear the rest of it. IT breach is put together. With the Blackbeard gone, as this Luca is going to be driving on the Monty instead. They've obviously got the sort of limitations there. If the Clash is gone, they don't have that pickup and change the plan. So Yunsung is gunning once again. Waiting to see where the approach can try and thread itself in. Ryder's prepped up for a fight and engagement. Mer Gaming, they're doing what I sort of wanted last time round, and it worked. Just get some of this pressure and apply it here on the opposite end. Get yourself smashed in. The Monty of Luca's free and happy to step up as aggressively as they had, hoping for somebody to try and swing on the corner and bait them into this engagement. The Bees will scream their way up. There's a big delay this time from the other side. Build up. Ryder aggressively putting keepers in towards the connector side. Just sort of gives them a new back to play on. Fish has generally been uncontested the whole time as well, but there is somebody not a million miles away. I think it might even be Luke has moved away towards Fish side. Yeah, they have. They've got the kit, but they've also got Soldier down the stairs. This is a big risk. And that's a freebie for Soldier? No. He went with the C4, couldn't get it to land. He's able to get the shield up. The smoke does get it, but now with the diffuser here in a really tough spot, they've got to try and get themselves underneath. And I think that's Naps's job now to try and put some pressure up behind. There it is. Gets the kill. Gets the take on towards Top Fish. They've retaken, but 30 seconds, Tim, of 4 versus 4.
They were ahead of the game, that's the problem. Merger sent the shield in too soon. They should have waited until Naps was in that position to make the challenge. They'd still have the shield available to them had they done that. Gotti manages to take down 1, make it 2. Big play with the shotgun. 3 versus 2 now. PSG Talon look like they are going to be holding on. God, just kind of holding angles here, hoping for something to present itself to fall into his lap. He's moved in now, looking to get that diffuser down. Will the cover be successful? No. Misa manages to get the kill, comes off the plant. That's going to be the round for PSG Talon. I think, yeah, a couple of mistakes going on there in that Mer game. And I'm not sure how necessary the rotation was. They were kind of making a little bit of progress on Catwalk. They got IT, and then they kind of just dropped away from it and thought, nah, this ain't working. Which, look, it's fine. If that's the vibe, if that's the feeling that you're getting within the team, then yeah, you know, don't keep. I was critical of them in round 1 for just banging their head against the wall. So, you know, fair play. You tried to switch it up, but they just got ahead of themselves. I think Luca maybe, you know, feeling a little bit too safe behind that big shield, thinking he could walk in and just start bullying at top aqua stairs. He really needed to wait for his other players. He had one coming in support directly behind him, and then he had Naps working underneath to clear out those stairs, and he just needed to wait. They just needed to make that call, all go in at the same time, and I think you've probably got a different outcome had that been the case.
So we go to our turn of the half and 3 apiece. They're keeping themselves pacey, and as I said, sometimes they'll, you know, they're not averse to an overtime. Unfortunately, they're averse to overtime wins. That's that sort of problem. Multiple times they've been able to get there and then just not been able to have enough to push themselves over that final line. They need to try and get just that extra round buffer, just that bit of distance here. And well, as we turn ourselves on towards the opposite half at this point, we'll see if that's something that gives themselves a bit more ground. There's almost a part of it where I'm wondering if the first half was going to be the tougher half for them. Obviously, the sort of choice of where they ended up wasn't theirs, and they're able to make a bit of hay on it. But the way that they approached some of these sites was almost that they could isolate a single PSG Talon player or a roamer or a position and shut it down. Here, they don't really have that choice. They have to be a bit more confident on either their own player, or they have to be confident that they can sort of have each other covered and have each other traded. But playing on the back foot might be something where they won't quite be able to get the same sort of rhythm. Or, I guess it's the pressure of PSG Talon. They've missed a couple things. They've missed entire rounds and plants. In some scenarios, Tim, if they miss a couple things on their approach here, they could be punished quite quickly for it. They have to lock their intel game on. They've got to be sharper with their awareness of just what Mer are doing, why they're doing it, and where.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if they can do just that. Straight away, Ryder looking to get into meeting, so it's going to be a top floor attack once again. We're seeing PSG Talon leaning at least immediately towards a little bit of connector pressure. Try and get through there into electrical push from that side. But as I said, and I will say the same as I did for Mer, need to see that pressure from elsewhere as well. Rheumatic, for example, cannot be allowed to just keep playing on catwalk there. It is such a power position. You have to clear out the Azami. They've got guard on the clash, exactly the same as they did last time around. Luca is there in support with the warden, so not going to be flashed out. There is an opportunity for PSG Talon here. If they're able to get aggressive and push into connector, they could find themselves with 2 kills before all is said and done.
Now, trying to get sort of chance at a swing. There's okay. A choice was made. And Luca takes a little scrap of damage on the end of it. They did that to make things secure, so they didn't get swung around. They're just locking it off. They don't want to play these firefights. I talked about that being the game that's going to offer them a bit of risk, and They're just not going to give it towards PSG Talon. Let's not overextend. Instead, let's turtle. The chance of naps underneath could be potential. Obviously, they're playing without a C4. Just going to see if they can try and lead their way up and apply some pressure a bit later on. Maybe watch a couple of angles here. PSG Talon going to try and hunt it out. The Deimos sure isn't, as Naps drops the Deimos and now drops this chance at getting that engagement below. Okay, PSG Talon. Now you know you've lost this underneath fight and you're trying to push on towards the side itself with less than 50 seconds. How do you operate here? There's shotguns ready to lock and load around the corner here. The swing on towards both IT as the Clash is coming in to try and offer some support. There's the first on electric. And here PSG Talon just trying to push their way in. Does get one, is about to find a Clash in a second, so throws down the Capital Bolt. Are they going to try and plant behind it? They need the Nomad. And the Nomad is on a big rotate now. They'd been elsewhere. They aren't able to operate. There's finally a chance at a plant with 15 seconds left. The Clash will probably reveal this. There's a C4 off towards the opposite side, and they've somehow, Tim, slipped a plant in, missed the fight of 4 versus 2, but Gotti is in such a risky position. Naps round the back with the last. PSG, just not enough.
Yeah, great retake there from Gaming. Good plan. You know, it's not easy to find that space sometimes, but if you do get in behind Pillar and you've got somebody there covering for you, especially with the Capital utility as well, it's absolutely possible to get it down. But Mur didn't panic at all. I like the move from Matic, just pushed himself straight through into IT, changed up that angle a little bit, you know, came through and got that final kill as well. And another a solid round for Mur Gaming. You just need to keep, you know, stop giving these rounds in between. Try and improve that round difference now. Get yourself, you're now on the defense, you're in charge of things. You know, even a 7-3 gives you 4 rounds as a difference, so you go from -11 to -7, and when Kenotrope are coming into things on -8 already, you can see very easily how that's putting you in the mix. Enterforce are on a neutral round difference at the minute. They're on 0, but they play Cyclops today. There's a world where Cyclops could run through that 7-1, you know, and then they're on a -6. It all starts to get thrown into the mix. So Mur Gaming just need to now continue that momentum and get it locked down. It was a nice defense from them. There was no panic in them even when the diffuser went down. We're going to see them go down to the basement. Interestingly, they've opened up that hatch in warehouse that goes down into the basement site, so they're going to be playing aggressively around the map, I would expect. It's Coupe at the minute that we see up on that second floor, also supported by Naps and Luca, who are playing around the first floor, cafeteria, vending, those areas we would expect. They'll be playing, Naps particularly will be up and down those stairs that we see around vending, just trying to make life difficult for PSG Talon, but for time being, Coupe is the important player. Talon need to find him and they need to take him down.
Yeah, that's that sort of split, right? Obviously, getting the pressure round on the side, getting themselves the rotation was a game that was played so well on the previous rounds. Yeah, Naps being this problematic player underneath, but when he's sort of allowed to be on the Valkyrie, when the Valkyrie is allowed to be on their own, it's just always devastating. Here on a map, you can see how unsure they are of where their approach is going to be, but Naps is ready to swing. As soon as they get the scent of somebody trying to slip down the stairs or maybe just move across, they're ready in these positions. They're locked down, battening down the hatches. You know, you think about where they're trying to clear their way to, what they're trying to get their eyes onto here, and this is just the first step. And time was a bit of a problem for PSG Talon last time. At some point, as the pressure gets too much, do this. Fall their way down. Get yourselves in towards Exo. Get yourselves down Cargo. You have a bit more to work with here. Naps on this side. He's just going to spray through and hit the toes of Yunsang, but they can peel themselves back here. 1:20, and they still haven't been able to start getting some of the gross work done. You think about those fire canisters, you think about these C4s, and the denial from the smokes that can come a bit later on, and there's still a lot of pressure here with Luca holding on. The Valve getting all this precious intel. They'll know as soon as the drop's coming around. They might be able to know when they could try and step themselves in. You can see a bit of this flat pressure. They're sat watching and waiting, but the pressure of time is not on Luca here in this scenario as the Ram Boogie starts to open up these angles. The swing on the door. PSG Talon start to think about where they want to get this final plant put.
It's a big mistake here from PSG Talon not clearing out this utility, particularly the Vault cameras. We talk about intel so often, and look at all that beautiful intel that's getting fed back into them. They should have a good idea exactly where this push is coming from. So PSG Talon are going to be up against it. 30 seconds left for them to make something happen. They haven't found a kill yet. They haven't got themselves into sight, and there are still players up on that first floor above them. Could be big problems mounting for PSG Talon if they get hit on a flank.
Well, there's the first, there's the second, there's the third. There's that flank we talked about. There's one more, and I'll talk about how this information came to pass in one moment, but it's not just what you can see, but it's what you cannot see, right? They had that cam above the hatch. They knew it was turning into this cargo push. They knew it was turning into this backsided thing because nobody was trying to drop the hatch and they hadn't sort of fully stacked themselves. So it becomes really easy to just do that sort of drive and take this unexpected angle on it. You've only got really 2 angles that you can watch. They had the cover either side. Mer Gaming, when they needed to do it most, here I've just been able to put it together, but PSG Talon just underperforming in this showdown. And, well, as they take their time out to sort of just slow the roll a little bit, you have to give credit for Mer's game throughout this. It's felt like that early, 2 days where they got their overtime loss, they got that win against the other 2 top teams. Here, they seem very well prepared, very well paced, and opportunistic, which is the main thing you have to be in this game.
Rheumatic playing well, but if you remember at the beginning of things when we were looking at the rosters, I said that, the big thing that Mer needed is players to step up alongside him. And right now, Naps and Luca are doing exactly that. They are up there with him. 11 kills for Rheumatic. I think it's 9 for Naps and 7 for Luca, was it? Yeah. So, they are definitely pulling their weight as well. And Mer Gaming, they could really, throw a spanner in the works here today. Because, like I said, if they get the full 3-point win here, it throws them on to 8, and that completely mixes things up, because in terms of playoffs, of course, we're looking at who are those bottom 2 teams going to be, and if Mer don't get a win here, that's it, they're a bottom 2 team, so it removes one of those spots. If Mer do get a win here, then we're still no nearer to knowing who the teams are going to be. It's absolutely brilliant in terms of, entertainment value and who's going to go through to those playoff spots, because it really does, not answer a single question, and it keeps the mystery alive for us. So the Vault cams are out again. I would love to see PSG Talon bring along an IQ. They haven't done it. However, they have taken out one of those top performing players. Naps maybe just getting a little bit of ahead of himself there on the Fenrir, looking to get aggressive, is taken down, and that's going to be an early advantage for PSG Talon.
Yeah, not entirely sure, obviously, how that cook went in the kitchen, but I think we should stop them simmering and turn off the heat a little bit. That maybe was the response. If they've had their timeout, I'm going to hit them with a spawn peak. I'm going to, shake their mental and ruin them. Didn't quite come together, and they're playing on an offsite, fine. You can take risks, fine, but now it just gives them a 5 versus 4. It gives them almost more confidence. They're like, we've had our timeout, we've immediately got a kill, go, 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 we're so great. There's obviously still a lot of work left to go, but with the 2 C4s being led by less and less cameras, as there seems to be an awareness of that utility, I'm wondering if the Valk is going to be banned when we get towards the end of this round. The Nook isn't the one on the hunt underneath. The Sledge sort of let themselves in here, and Ryder's watching one way on towards Exo. As Exo's rotated their way back round, they've slipped into a new space. We can hear the Candelas popping off above, which does give a bit of nice ground to cover, but Misa gets one more, Gotti gets another, and they're going for the plant itself. PSG Talon stole control of the site itself. They're watching, they're waiting above, and both. They did actually move off the plant because they were concerned about the verticality watch before, but I mean, this is just very well placed together. They have all the ground they need. A post plant, hop out the window. I'm not going to say an impossible retake, but the odds aren't in their favor.
It's certainly one of the more difficult ones, especially with RT wall open, a player on repel. You know, it's going to be very difficult for Mer to grab any ground. They need at least 3 kills, if not more here, to have any hope. That's going to be one. A nice little throw over the top from Coupe. Manages to pick up Misa, but you can see what's going to happen. As soon as he goes anywhere near this diffuser, he's going to have pressure coming in from that window, and smart play there. Nade coming in, just backs him up. Another nade coming in. Guard manages to get Ryder, but it doesn't matter. It's too little too late. Tries to get on the diffuser. Cut down from that RT angle above that I'd spoken about, and that is going to be another round for PSG Talon. So still no clearer who the winner here is going to be, as PSG Talon managed to fight their way back within 1 round, and they looked way more comfortable on the attack there, but it was the third choice site, so we will give Mer the benefit of the doubt in that sense, and please ban the Valkyrie.
Sure, I mean, surely, right? If they don't, I'm not going to say they're trolling, but they're not doing their best. No.
They're not understanding where their problems have come from. If they don't know that the Valkyrie's been such a significant problem, I think is probably the answer there.
It is easier for us to sort of sit here and talk about what is potentially the problems and what is potentially the solutions, because we aren't in the lobby. But at the same time, we have this omnipotence of we can see all and do all. That was a very well played round, I think, from the side of PSG Talon. They knew where they needed to get hold, and they did it. They didn't just sit around and wait for things to happen later on. Mer Gaming, the closer they get to OT, as I said, it's been worse and worse at points. And we don't want to have that again. We'll see, though, if they can try and just confirm themselves at least OT. And confirm themselves a chance at a point. 1 point isn't enough. It's the sort of split of it is even OT isn't enough. Look at Enter Force 36. They've gone to OT 4 times of their 6 games, won it 3 times, and still not confirmed. Like, the split points is just problematic more than anything. And in fact, I think on the split of things, because they've got losses to Enter Force 36, Kenotrope, and the round difference is quite big. Mer Gaming, even if they won in OT, I think it's pretty fine to say they're not going to make it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I really don't see them going through with 7 points. I think this is a team that, you know, unfortunately does not want to get into the maelstrom of head-to-heads, and that's their best case scenario. If they win in overtime, it puts them on 7 points. People are already on 7 points. You know, they're just sitting there waiting for them to pick points up. Even overtime losses would do it, you know. So absolutely, Mer Gaming, they need to get 2 rounds out of the next 3. Simple as that. Get it locked in. Get themselves the full 3 points. That's, you can only do what you can do. You can only, you know, beat the team in front of you. You can only put the points on the board that you can. So that's what Mer Gaming need to do, and then their destiny is out of their hands. They can just sit back and wait, but they can at least be comfortable knowing that they did everything they could. They're going to be attacking onto top floor again. If we look at how that went previously, PSG Talon were unable to win this one. And this time they're going to be pressuring very quickly from top aqua stairs. Oh, beautiful opener from Ryder. Just hits a little pre-fire. Manages to get a second. Naps, you got to be more aggressive than that. You've got the com. Your teammates told you that he's just died from there. You can't wait for the swing.
Where was this PSG Talon before? They're putting the pressure here on towards the walkway. They're inside IT. They're inside everywhere at this point. The remaining players are desperately trying to find a kill out the door. There's third for Ryder. Guard, does get a snappy one, but 4th for Ryder. And it's just night and day between what this team was before. The timeout request comes through because fair enough, right? At this point, where else were they and what else were they able to do?
Well, it's no surprise to see the timeout coming along, because Mer, I think, will probably know that they are 1 round away from... I'm not going to say guaranteed, because I haven't done the maths, but from not making the playoffs. They're one round away. They need to get this one in regulation. If PSG Talon get themselves onto 6 and guarantee overtime, then yeah, I think it's the race is pretty much run for Mergaming. And as the maths shake down as the day goes on, they are likely to see themselves slipping or at least staying in the bottom 2. So what's the discussion's going to be here? Look, you've got to go back to that round 7 and 8. You've got to look at what was working. They were controlling the map really well. They were burning a bit of time. They were, playing aggressively and winning the gunfights more importantly, whereas the last couple of rounds it just seems like the time in the teamwork has kind of lost its way. We saw it there with Naps at the bottom of Aquastairs. He's got to be more decisive. He's got to spring into action. Maybe he can't save his teammate, but he can certainly get the trade. But he doesn't. He waits. He waits until the challenge comes, and it's too little too late from him. And the damage was done at that point. So Mergaming got to play more decisively. You got to play like you want it. You got to play like you're trying to grab this out of the hands of PSG Talon.
5 apiece, and it's just becoming a bit more and more heartbreaking here for Mergaming's chance at getting themselves in. PSG Talon have remembered who they are, but now with both timeouts called, can Mergaming remember who they could have been, who they have been at points against top teams, especially top teams that should wrest control. Now, they're not throwing themselves in towards these sort of, spawn peaky early engagements. The 5-3 Mergaming energy has dissipated into something a bit more placid, and at the same time, with Ryder driving themselves through before. Again, I talked about the shield game and Yunsung not being able to connect. It doesn't really matter in this game. It will matter in other games a lot more. There's a quick bit of pressure here over on towards the top. Slightly messing up the Maverick.
I'm about to get real judgy,
Still am.
I'm about to get real judgy. Got it. Not getting the job done. We've seen it too many times. If you're going to have to rely on the Maverick, which we all know now with the ban system that you might have to do, you've got to get it right. It is not enough to just be walking away from it thinking, I don't know why that hasn't cleared it out. It's got to be getting the job done. So, big mistake from PSG Talon. They also lose the blitz along the way. So, Mergaming, real big advantage for them here. They have to close out this round from here. I'm not overstating it. Get this done and give yourself an opportunity at that full 3 points. They're looking good at the moment, but Soldier... It's Soldier and Ryder at the minute, just causing untold problems. So this Mergaming side takes down the Legion.
Well, they have themselves a bit of revenge at this point in a particular place, but think about where the side is. Think about where Mer need to just sort of reapply themselves, which they are doing. And you've got PSG Talon players still outside the building on the top floor. It shows how much work that has been slowed here by Mer's extended hold. Less than a minute. They're putting pressure down from the hatch, fine, but this is the only PSG Talon player that's sort of close in any manner towards the site or applying pressure above. The rest of them need to start making some work. As Gotti burns on the wall themselves, just makes a sort of patchwork of problems. Rheumatic, that star player, holding close. Now the Maverick can obviously apply pressure across. Not anymore. Rheumatic, an easy sort of pick up and put down, and now they don't really have to worry about the position so much. They still will, obviously. We're the ones in this, but as soon as they get the count of where the 3 remaining PSG Talon players are, well, they know where they can turn their backs to. It's 20 seconds. One drops immediately in towards fire, and they're in a hotbox. Sat watching, waiting until they're put out of their misery. 10 seconds. Ryder and Soldier, the 2 players you talked about, trying to swing their way on Exo. Gets one, but gets no health out of the end of it. Mer get themselves map point. Can they get one more?
Look, yeah, PSG Talon were hurt with a number of things there. Bad Mavericking has got to be up on that list. You know, not getting the IT wall open, and as you quite rightly said, Em, look at the success that Mer had on the roam game, on spreading PSG Talon in, on wasting time, on forcing them to play through those extended holds, and things like not getting IT wall open will lend itself into that, because it means that they can stay in position for that little bit longer. And then the play down on the double wall, down into basement, the little Maverick calls. Yep, I'm just going to sit here and watch this with the TCSG. Absolutely no problem. Bang, one shot, job done. Rumatic walks away with a kill. And so, yeah, PSG Talon really not getting the most out of that operator, and it not paying off. Now, Mer Gaming, you only secured 1 point in the whole of stage 1. And now in stage 2, you find yourself 1 round away, not from the playoffs, but at least competing into those spots. For the time being at least, they will jump up into 5th place if they can win this round. And that will leave them to sit and watch the Kenotrope and Enterforce games. And if they fail to secure points against the people that they are playing, which are Scars and Cyclops, so there is absolutely a world where they come away with no points from those games, Mer Gaming will then have done enough to get themselves into the playoffs. So this is, I cannot overstate how important a round this is for Mer Gaming.
PSG Talon, on the other side of that, aren't playing for anything other than pride, really. As I said, I still wanted to see a game from them, and oh, that's another failed Hibana trick. So that will not open the wall. And they're just going to peel themselves away and find it part and part. But they can obviously still use a little bit more of the canisters, get themselves to stretch in. They're working with what they have. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh.
This is the problem.
The wall still opens. Okay. Fine.
They got away with it.
They got away with it. Let's not worry too much here. The last bit of their breaching just to get themselves routed through. Obviously, they don't have any pocket tin openers as well, but they have this approach. The pressure on. This will just give them time again. Mer, once again, not extending too long here.
Yeah, I like that from Luca. You know, a lot of that hard breach, as you say, done and dusted, all gone. So, yeah, we're just going to reinforce off connector wall. So there is now no way for PSG Talon to breach that to get through it. So they have to play onto electrical door. They have to use IT. And as soon as Mer Gaming have recognised that, or maybe they already have, they will know that they can then sit back in that area. They can play pillar quite safely. They're still in charge of Warehouse Catwalk. There is a minute left to go. 5 versus 5. Mer Gaming, they might just do this, Em.
I mean, they're holding on, right? We've seen 10-player plants go through on this game before. There's an early fight. The C4 is ripped and doesn't quite get anybody outside the breach. It was a good idea, but Coupe follows it with a great shot. There's Naps getting one more. Misa goes down, and suddenly the swing out. PSG get 1 and 2. Yunseng finds 2 kills, doubles his tally of the whole game at a moment to potentially ruin dreams. Pushing up through IT, 30 seconds, knocking on the door of the site itself and behind the pillar, but there has been a rotate round underneath, I think. There's Ryder swinging in, getting another kill. Naps creeping their way up to offer some back-end support here, but with the site under the control right now, and one more drop. Naps gets the flanking soldier. 2 versus 2. Yunseng has to plant. They know it's going to be a 2 versus 1. This next engagement from the side of Ryder is massive. Swings round. There's the reveal. Can't get the second onto the pistol. Run out of bullets here, guard. Now, fighting the pillar first. They have the swing condition. Is going to have to dive for a fight. They're both so low. A single bullet, a play on contact. There's some of the damage done. Everybody is hurt. Everybody is whispers away as Yunseng gets themselves a 3rd kill for the round and the plant to push PSG Talon in. Doesn't change anything for them. Does probably ruin the dreams of Mer Gaming.
Not like this, Mer. Not like this. They were 5 versus 3. They had it in the palm of their hand. But as they tried to grasp it, they grasped too tight. And they destroy the opportunity to put themselves in those playoff positions. We will get the official line. We will see. It depends. They might not even get enough points here. If they don't get the overtime win, they will sit in 7th place as they are now, outside of the playoffs. If they get the 2 points that they need, the 2 rounds that they win and the 2 points for that overtime win, it puts them on 7. It matches them up to Kenotrope and Dplus. But as you quite rightly point out, when we get into things like round difference, it does not look pretty for them now. The best that they could improve to is -9, which would still be worse than Kenotrope and Dplus. But also, if we extend beyond that and we look at the head-to-head, they lose it against Kenotrope. They lose it against Dplus 36. They cannot do this anymore. And they were so close. They had a 5 versus 3 in the round that they needed to win. I don't know if Mer will be aware, the players in the lobby, of exactly the implications of not getting that done and heading into overtime. I'm sure they will still be fighting hard for the spoils here. Like we said, look, it's still a massive improvement. If they come away with 7 points in this round versus in this stage versus 1 point in stage 1, brilliant improvement from them. We've seen better performances. We've seen growth. And that's all you can ever ask for from these teams that are looking to develop a little bit more. Always going to be tough going up against your FearXs and your PSG Talons and your Dplus Kias, but they've given a good account of themselves and they need to finish that strong now.
Well, at this point, can Mer Gaming at least do the other thing they've sort of been unable to, which is get themselves in towards OT and get it over the edge. So far, they're 0-2 for that position, not being able to get, I think, a single round the previous 2 times they've been in overtime here. But now, against those even more depressing odds of how much they've worked for it and how, unfortunately, they don't get anything out of it. Let's see if they can try and make some growth happen. Naps, very aggressive potential here, but isn't going to take the bait and the beef. There's obviously the Sam Cam watching. And getting some eyes on towards the site itself. Rara already inside on the drop, getting some opener, covering some smoke, and, well, we have a bit of fire that's the split through, but as the door swings round, Naps does get a kill, but God, he's going to go for the plant in the middle of the site. Yinsung has the cover and the watch, and they've gone for a bit of a smash and grab plant here, Tim. 8 players standing, but they were aware they were just forced out by the Rara play. The doors, there's the catch on the rotate round. They give themselves the option to have an extra swing, but with the vertical control in their favor, Yinsung picks up another from that position. He's absolutely had a massive final 2 rounds. The 3 versus 3 swing. They're going to try and charge their way forward towards the side itself. Misa does get Coupe. They've got the watch. They have the man advantage. They still have this chance. 10-second divide and the verticality. At this point, they're just going to try and buy the fight themselves. There's the drop on towards 1, but just guard left with no time. I mean, PSG Talon. What a nice little pocket take.
Yeah, it's exactly what PSG Talon needed. I think they've struggled a little bit on the attack at times. But yeah, just getting in there, using those Rara panels to create that space that they needed to get it down. And look, it's looking bad for Mer Gaming now. Just, you know, as a little follow-up to what we were talking about the possibility of them going through. Obviously, there's many permutations. We're trying to work with it live and sort of, you know, bounce ideas around. But there is actually a situation. There is a world where 2 points is enough for Mer Gaming. I'm advised by our wonderful admins. So Mer Gaming get the 2 points here, and Scars basically destroy Kenotrope and ruin their round difference. Because round difference obviously is the first decider, you don't end up in a head-to-head if Mer's round difference is better. So as it stands, they would now only gain by 1, so they'd go on to -10. So if Scars were to beat Kenotrope by 3 rounds or more, that would put Kenotrope on -11 round difference, which would obviously be worse. So there is still a world for Mer where they can get this done. So they need to keep fighting tooth and nail, put themselves on the 7 points and put themselves in the mix.
Deploying razor wire.
So PSG Talon They have the opportunity here to drive it. It's been even halves across the board. It's been traded sort of momentum back and forth as well. It's, you know, there's only really been 1 or 2 instances of a single round. It's otherwise been sort of stolen grabs, and they could end themselves here on a chance at a double. Rumatic and Naps have been so decisive for the roster of getting themselves stuck in, getting the pressure across. Ginseng again, was it something like 6 kills over the past 2 rounds? 7 even. A 4K that last round above, 3K before. Really just shows how a single player suddenly operating. It's the difference between PSG Talon still being in this game. And 7 kills over 2 rounds. He's got himself almost tied and almost level this late on. Ready for the break. They're going to try and throw themselves in quite quick here. Another swing onto the Candelas. They're almost going for the same sort of smash and grab style. The C4 doesn't connect. They're inside the site and going tucked around the back with a shield on their back. They're not going to really be able to stop this. Too little, too late. This is almost our second 10-player plant, but as Luca takes a lot of damage on the way out the door, they're actually just holding on. The Alamine is going to disrupt them, and they somehow still survive, even with Gotti above and Yinseng trying to get the swing round. Okay, a 5 versus 3. But they do have a Kiba. They could try and build and cover that break and that hatch. Kube does get Yinseng. Holding on for the back end of it. They're trying to go for the retake, trying to go for the position at this point. They want to try and fight their way out. 16 seconds left, and at some point, you've got to make magic happen. There's the motion. There's the fight on towards the Monty. They've still not been able to force the Monty out. The Glaz is able to pick up covers. There's a big rotate coming around the back, but 5 seconds too little, too late. What? A strange pace of 2 rounds after the game that we've had.
It really was. Luca needs to thank his lucky stars. He just goes shield up in the corner, and he's like, no, I'm not moving. But weirdly, the thing was, so the Ella throws the Geschmack mine in, and they get a bit of damage onto Luca. It disrupts him, but he kind of manages to hide himself behind the little, it's not really a half wall, but the little sort of balustrade that's there. Kind of hides his feet behind that, which was good, but he did take some damage. Interestingly, the Ella still had another Geschmack mine, but didn't throw it at him. And you think that was very possibly the opportunity to clear the Monty out and then focus on the others. And PSG Talon didn't take it. So, Mer Gaming somehow, they are clinging to the face of this cliff with their fingertips at the minute. They get themselves a successful attack, go back on the defense. It's going to be up to top floor, and this is another opportunity for them to keep themselves in the running for playoffs.
Well, we go all the way. Mer Gaming, they weren't able to win any of the overtime rounds in the games that they played earlier this season. They finally found their first, and it's with a smash and grab plant down on the basement. Here, we're back up to the top floor, back up to the site where they almost secured the 3 points and secured themselves that slightly more comfortable space. As we said, getting to, it makes things rough. They have to sit and watch and hope that there's blowout games ahead of them. But it's still not over. If they lose, it is. Ooh, Rumatic is feeling very adventurous. And they're just going to sort of sit and wait and hope that they can get something out of it. But what they could get is maybe just rebarricading this, giving themselves a bit of a route. Flores is about to see their hard work undone. Because they're just able to get rid of the shield around the fifth position. A shotgun ready to sort of lock and load on the swing if somebody comes, but you assume the wall is going to fall first. They have all the information. They have the play on the SAM cams. And here is the breakthrough, the moment for Luca to still sort of be playing this dangerous position. More Flores, more destruction. And at this point, you just got to leave. And they do slip away. But PSG Talon circling pressure here.
I was going to say this is all fine from Gaming so far. They really didn't need to lose that opener to Ryder, but how about that from Luca? And then he's going to go for the reinforce as well. That's a big play from Gaming. 4 versus 4 now. They're still just teasing these flanks of PSG Talon. Naps manages to pick up Gotti. Can they get it done at the second time of asking? Soldier manages to find the trade. 1 minute 10 left on the clock, and it's not going their way again. They will only have themselves to blame if they are not in the playoff discussion. This is their second opportunity to throw their hat in the ring and try and get one of those top 6 positions, and they are letting it slip away. 2 versus 3. PSG Talon getting aggressive, trying to push forward now, trying to get themselves inside the site, and Coupe is taken out. Surely a matter of time, but here comes the shotgun guard. Manages to get one. Can he find more? 35 seconds for him to survive.
This is the risk. Look at the rotate they're doing all the way over the top. It's one player inside the site right now that they weren't aware about. Yunsang, the difference maker in the do or die, and unfortunately it's done and died. Mer Gaming, they find their opportunity, their chance at jumping their way up, drift away. 6 points, which is a growth of, well, I think about 5 points since the first split, but still not enough. A great fight from them all the way, but now they'll sit and watch PSG Talon get themselves a win, and we get ourselves towards break.
It's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
It's another 1v1, the close end for the ball. Win saves and further. Immediately on the diffuser, Lagonis needs to get in there. You gotta go, Lagonis. Why are you not looking?
혹시 요 중에 알고 계시는 호주 음식 있을까요?
다 올라요.
호주에서 가장 유명한 간식 3개를 모아봤는데 이제 팀탐이라고 초코 스낵바고요.
네.
쉐이프스는 이제 많은 쿠키들이 있는데 티니 테디는 저도 처음 보지만 이제 밀크 초콜릿 맛을 준비해봤네요. 한번 먹어볼까요, 저희?
네, 좋죠.
저도 쉐이프스를 먼저.
아, 네, 알겠습니다. 고래밥 같은 느낌인데요, 한국 과자.
한국 과자랑 뭔가 다를 게 없는 맛이라 저희한테 좀 친숙한 맛이네요. 한번 팀탐도 먹어보시죠. 저는 초콜릿을 별로 안 좋아해서.
맛있는데요?
이제 팀탐을 나중에 오실 많은 사람들에게 추천할 만할 간식이라고 생각하시나요?
네.
좋습니다. 이제 팀탐은 호주 친구들이 우유랑도 같이 많이 먹고 그런데 저희는 우유가 준비되어 있지 않네요. 물만 준비되어 있고.
네.
이제 마지막으로 티니 테디까지 드셔보시죠. 어떠신가요?
맛있는데요?
이 3개 중에서 가장 마음에 드시는 간식이 있을까요?
팀탐이
팀탐.
맛있습니다. 네.
역시 팀탐.
네, 생각보다 맛있는데요?
이제 팀탐 들고 한번 엄지를. 이제 BNK FearX는 이제
네.
APL에서 최고의 팀으로 많이 평가를 받고 있는데
네.
이제 매피님 생각은 어떤지?
당연하다고 생각합니다, 사실. 저희가 많이 실제로도 노력을 많이 하고 있기 때문에 결과가 안 나오는 게 이상하다고 생각을 합니다. 최고의 로스터랑 최고의 스태프가 모였는데 성적이 안 나오는 게 저는 오히려 말이 안 된다고 생각을 합니다.
이제 그러면 이번에 리로드부터 해서
네.
로스터에 변화가 있었는데 그 로스터에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하시는지?
당연히 좋은 변화라고 생각을 하고요. 물론 이전에 있던 팀원들도 되게 자기 역할에서 최선을 다해줬지만 지금은 사실 각 포지션에서 최고의 플레이를 해줄 수 있는 선수들이 모였기 때문에 당연히 코리안 드림팀이라는 말이 저는 당연하다고 생각합니다.
좋은 답변이네요. 코리안 드림팀. 그렇다면 APL 스테이지 2에서 가장 경계되는 팀이 있으실까요?
그나마 이제 외국인 선수들로 로스터를 꾸린 팀 이제 엘리베이트나 뭐 디플러스가 있을 테고 뭐 이번에 이제 에이펙 사우스 지역에서 1등한 웨이브 게이밍이나 이제 오세아니아 지역 쪽에서 이제 민구라님이 계시는 엔더프레스 게이밍이라던가 다들 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있어서 쉽지 않다고 생각을 하고 있지만 저희는 이제 늘 저희가 항상 최고라는 확신을 갖고 있기 때문에 좋은 결과를 이뤄낼 수 있도록 노력을 많이 할 거고요. 노력하는 만큼 좋은 결과가 따라줄 거라고 생각합니다.
그러면 이때 혹시 APL 드림팀을 꾸린다면 어떤 생각이 있으신지?
당연히 사실 각 지역에서마다 선수를 뽑는 건가요?
그렇죠. 각 지역에서 한 명씩 뽑아서.
사실 지금 제가 속하고 있는 팀이 아시아에서 가장 끓일 수 있는 최고의 드림팀이 아닐까 하는 생각이 있기 때문에 힘들 거라 생각합니다.
그렇단 말은 이제 다른 지역의 모든 선수를 합쳐도 BNK FearX를 이기긴 힘들다.
당연합니다. 네.
자신감 넘치는 답변 잘 들어봤고요.
Welcome back after another lovely park day. I do really love those little content pieces. Just seeing the players in their natural habitat in the park on a day eating Tim Tams, which is the snack that you invented. Anyway, we find ourselves here hurtling to maybe one of the must sort of watch games you could say of the day. We've had a little bit of back and forth. We've had some sort of belows and above, but this is a winner takes it situation here, Tim. Scars versus Kenotrope. I mean, at this point, Kenotrope sit ahead, but if Scars can get this in regulation, they'll get themselves jumped up above and they'll secure that spot.
Yeah, the breakdown is pretty interesting for this one. Like you say, Scars win in regulation, they jump above. Simple as that. And Kenotrope will drop out into the bottom two, at least for the time being, until... no, in fact, it doesn't matter what happens in the Cyclops game, then, I'd like to say, because the round diff will be worse for Kenotrope than Enterforce. So, but there is more to it than that. So it's not just a regulation. If they get into overtime, Scars could win by 2 rounds... and then they will jump above Kenotrope on round difference, but not if they win by 1 round. So it is regulation win or it is 8-6 overtime win for Scars would be enough to see them jump over Kenotrope. So who knows what's going to happen. Scars haven't been great at this stage, that much is for sure. They've not been what we expect from them, but it's possible. Look at the names across the list. You know, we've got fish like Choppy, Washite, Alligator, Wreck, names that roll off the tongue in International Siege because they've been around for the longest time. We've seen great performances from them at majors. We've seen them on the main stage. We've seen them have serious runs. And I don't know what's been going wrong in stage 2. It hasn't been their usual performance. You can see there, 4 of them under the average 100 EPS. It's been tough. But now's the time to stand up. Now's the time for somebody like Wreck to come in there and just have a live game and shut this one down and get them back in contention.
It's strange, right? There's this strange element about this roster where they've obviously been underperforming. They obviously haven't been able to make whatever this new meta is or whatever their new sort of setup work. And we've seen, as we said, this team on international stages, yeah, okay, they haven't always had the best run on international stages, but you get there by being the top dog of your region, and they have been that. They have been a contender. There was a sort of period of time where you would look at, especially the Japanese region, it was like CAG and it was Scars, and occasionally Scars would fight, and occasionally they would take them and beat them, and now to see them not only fall beyond, or fall to the mid-table, but beyond is, you know, kind of worrying. And here, this opportunity for a roster that has been struggling to get themselves into playoffs, to get themselves into the best of 3s against Kenotrope, which is sort of on the split of it. They were oftentimes a mid-table sort of team from the same sort of region. They couldn't quite break the top. They had great moments and great plays, and here they've been able to make some things stick, but they're still sort of on the up and up. There's still a bit of energy towards this Kenotrope. They obviously took PSG Talon quite early on, but then took a massive loss to FearX not that much before that. It's really all or nothing at points for this team.
It is. You know, their other win came against Mer Gaming, so you know it really paints that picture. And you know, I know we've just been shouting Mer Gaming out for their improved trajectory and everything, but like you say, you've got teams at, you know, realistically the opposite end of the spectrum. One win against PSG Talon, one win against Mer. You don't always know what you're going to get from Kenotrope. When we look across the numbers for the players, you know, you're looking at Kawa and Sylvia at the minute as being like the top 2, but it's actually striking how similar the numbers kind of are when compared, particularly those EPS scores and the average, if you look at it for the team, compared to Scars. You know, very, very similar position for these two teams, and it's no surprise to see them coming together and fighting it out at the end of the stage to see who ultimately will get that playoff spot. I think this is going to be a game of twists and turns. I don't think it's going to be clear cut by any means, and we will have a quick look and see where we are going to be playing most importantly between these two. It's going to be a little bit of chalet now. Let's just have a look at how that shapes up for both of these. When we look at Scars and we have a look at their chalet, it's a mid-table for them, 5th preference, 1 win, 1 loss. We haven't seen them play it for a couple of months, so maybe you know, a little bit of an advantage in the lack of intel, the lack of prep that could be done for Kenotrope, but it is a Kenotrope map. 2nd preference, 2 wins, 1 loss. Played it a week ago, beat Mer on there. This could be one for Kenotrope,
I mean, it's slightly put on towards Scars in terms of the social prediction here. It's a game where you can have those sort of frag games pop off. It's a game and a map where you can be a bit aggressive and a bit sort of flirty with the danger, and Scars have struggled with that, they've not always been the sort of quickest off the draw. They've not always sort of been able to get themselves threaded into this, and with how attack has been a bit further away from them here, right? They're slightly better on the defense than Kenotrope have been throughout the games played, but they're far and away the worst attacking team in the region. We'll go through our bans, and then we have a very quick rehost. But that is that sort of problem, right? That they've only been able to get 33% of their wins on their attacks. It's just, on Chalet, not a great thing for when you have such a sort of requirement for that entry statistic, when you have such a requirement of getting yourselves in and getting yourselves off to a decent start there. You cannot just entirely build on a defense that can very quickly become very thin, very dangerous, and very sort of worried. As we have the spread of these two teams as well, you know, the sort of conversation of how Kenotrope can apply this. They've obviously already played it once this split. And in that, to be honest, it was a very defensive side of the game. But with this, I mean, who knows where they can go.
Looking at those bans that have come in, we've got 3 shields taken away in total. It's the double shield ban for Kenotrope. It's going to be Monty and Blitz taken off the table, so not going to see too much of that. And then Scars have gone with the Azami and Clash bans. So again, 2 very powerful, influential operators, as we can see, particularly going to burn a lot of time and a lot of resource to try and deal with those 2, whether it be the Keeper Barricades, whether it be the Shield of Clash. You're going to have to give a lot of focus. So Scars not wanting to do that, going to find themselves possibly then with a little bit more time in these rounds to play with. However, saying that, look at what Kenotrope are doing with their initial lineup. You've got the Goyo on there, you've got the Denari, you've got the Tubarao. So yes, they're saying, look, we might not have the Azami and Clash to play behind, but we're still gonna cause you a lot of problems. We're gonna give you lots to solve, lots to burn away, lots of utility to deal with, particularly those trip connectors and the Vulcan canisters. They're going to need taking out and dealing with, not seeing like the Twitch being brought along or anything, not seeing the Brava being brought along to help with that situation. You know, it's going to be maybe nades that they're going to have to use on the Blackbeard to try and deal with something like that. So just keep an eye on that as this round goes. How do Scars, as the attackers, deal with all that delay utility that's being brought along, the electricals as well, on the side of Kenotrope?
Well, away we go after the races, and we'll see if Kenotrope can sort of step up to all these statistics we've thrown together. But to be fair, so far from our first 2 games today, we've had surprise results and surprising moments. Denari will deny at least some of the approach here on towards the basement, get themselves the lockdown on Trench. They've got a lot of slowing here. I think they're going to try and make the attack as problematic as possible, rather than go for the roam, rather than go for the aggression and give them the opportunity at these firefights. Slow them down, limit their sort of locked-in approaches here, make them have to sort of hunt you down and then go via utility more than anything. A lot of Goyo canisters, play against the Kaid, and, well, Tubarao to just put the pressure on towards the time itself. And the time itself will be this steady approach above. Now, they're holding a bit of a stretch and adventure up towards the top floor. I don't think they'll try and overextend their welcome here. I think because they've got so much stuff on towards the site itself, as soon as pressure gets a bit too hot, they'll try and just let each other out and loose. You know, they know they're being watched. Take their drones out of the equation. Waste 30 seconds to a minute up top. And as the Ram is off to a bit of an aggressive start, there it is. Immediately just, nope. We've got a minute sort of wasted. I'm going out of here. Mao's going to stick around a bit longer, but he can hop that pillar if he wants to and get bound down to the site quite quickly, as long as this is still solid, which it is. At this point, Scars, they're just sort of being led in and lured in towards a fight. And, oh, misses the first player. Knows he's under the pressure. Still somehow gets some damage done. Where's the support here for Fishlike right now? I mean, okay, the kill came out onto the side of Fishlike there, but there was a lot of risk played.
Yeah, there really was. It was a big first kill, though. It's a good entry for Scars because it starts picking apart that whole map defense that we are seeing. Out comes another Dokkaebi call. Yuki's and Sylvia still away from sight, essentially. Sylvia is on those blue stairs, so can make it back pretty quickly, but Yuki's is the one interesting me. Still locked inside a bar, and the question is, how aware are Scars of that? Are they going to get themselves stung later in the round? He's obviously got that easy exit if he wants to get himself back down the main stairs, but for the time being, Scars are largely pushing this backside. They're going to open up the long angle. Not sure if they've got trench at the minute, but I would imagine they'd be looking to get that open as well so that they can look at getting that diffuser down just inside of Wine. But we've got a little bit of a standoff here as the Dokkaebi of Fishlight doesn't really want to push down too aggressively, I don't think, whether they know it or not, because Sylvia will happily take those shots as they do. But Scars, they've got control of the hatch. They're starting to get trench wall open. They're ticking boxes for getting this diffuser down.
Now, as they've got themselves this breach on either side, there's 20 seconds to go for the plant, and they're just going to have to send it, and they do. There is a trade, a bit back and forth. Alkayo and Sylvia find one apiece. Choppy does find one more to keep the balance, but there is that C4 over the top, and now as they just drop in, Alkayo is able to get himself a triple. Leaves just Washoy in the middle of the site, a bit lost, and was that just a rotate round the back that absolutely pulled them apart?
Yeah, I just think Scars lost control a little bit of the players. Kenotrope. Scars lost control of the Kenotrope players. They weren't sure where everybody was. Like I said, Yuki's was never really dealt with inside a bar. Akayu's been able to rotate around, and I think it's something that's kind of been, symptomatic of the Scars' problems over this stage has been not controlling the map well enough, not having a handle on where everybody is and what's going on, and, maybe not using that intel effectively, but it's cost them there, and Kenotrope get themselves the first round and one step closer to that playoff position. As I've said, we are playing for the last playoff position here. Enterforce are confirmed. I've had a quick look through the possible permutations of what could happen, and because of the round diff, because they've done well across the stage and they sit on a neutral 0 round difference, it means that there's no way that basically both of these teams, now Scars and Kenotrope, could catch them and overtake them, and obviously with Mer Gaming locked into one of those non-playoff spots, there's only one of these three teams that could possibly have not made it, and Enterforce are not one of those now, so it is all on the line. Last spot is decided here between Kenotrope and Scars. The only thing that could change is Enterforce could drop down into 6th, depending what happens in this. They could still stay in 5th. It will all depend on the outcome.
Well, Kenotrope off to a first start, and, Scars weren't infallible, sort of there, or even Kenotrope weren't infallible, sorry. Scars were able to take a couple of bodies. They were able to get themselves set up, but they just didn't have that final extra 20 seconds to be a bit more aware of the flank around the back and the lockdown. It comes down to the 2 versus 2, but on a single position and a single sort of risk throw through, Scars know that they weren't a million miles away, right? They know that they're in a position to try and continue the push and the pressure here, and they've got to keep stepping it up and in, and now they've got the gridlock as well, just to make sure that a problem like that doesn't sort of rear its head immediately again. Here with this quick breakthrough on towards the door, just above the site, get this vertical locked down, the slow attempts again, but Washoy just sort of sent themselves in. So did the rest of Scars. They get a couple of kills, they lose the kid in the meantime. There's suddenly another one for Scars. Kawa gets a C4 and another C4 back. A 2 versus 2, Tim, in the space of about 15 seconds. Scars wanted to steal the territory, and Kenotrope didn't want to give it up. But now, with this position of, I believe that's Kawa, based on the outline, sat behind the half wall waiting, it's a theoretical 1 versus 1. The thing is, Choppy is so hurt, it'll just take a scratch from them to be able to put it together. They're waiting for Ayagator to come and offer some support, draw some attention. It is Kawa just sat, waiting. It's 2 1 versus 1s. Kawa gets himself a 3rd for the round and goes back behind this wall. He's got a triple, doesn't get the 4th. A 50-second long 1 versus 1.
that's effectively what it's going to come down to, because you just know that there's not really going to be an opportunity for Ayagator to put this diffuser down on the ground, because as soon as he does, it means that he doesn't have his gun on his hand, and that would be the moment for Akayu to push. So he needs to use those drones, needs to be finding Akayu, understand exactly where this fight is and how he's going to need to take it. Does he start baiting out with that sound? He doesn't need to. Akayu just moves across, puts his head on the block, and Ayagator is more than happy to take it off his shoulders. Gets them the round. Scars. Early aggression there. And again, it's just about controlling that response from Kenotrope, but this time they are able to survive through it. It was a tough one for them because Kenotrope were able to punish them because Scars had failed to open that wall up. They were tricked out by the Kaid and Tubarao combo. We'll see whether that leans into that third ban that will come at the end of this round, whether maybe we're going to see that Tubarao or the Kaid taken away. I think the Tubarao would be the effective one to ban, so you can't just bring the other electrical operator, because that was the problem. They had the pellets on, they had the pocket EMPs, but as soon as they went to activate, the Zorto canister goes on, the electrical is taken off and put back on, you take out the Zorto canister, it electrifies immediately, the Hibana pellets are dealt with, and they did a great job of doing it, and it meant that Kawa could stay in position on that half wall, and that's almost what lost them the round.
I mean, Kawa just in this position unendingly. Again, I'm not going to say it's the same sort of thing that we saw in the round before, where there was that positional rotate, but there was 2 rounds in a row where a player from the side of Kenotrope has gotten at least 3 kills. Akayu got 4 last time round, and a single player doesn't make the difference every single time, but it shows that single players keep getting in these positions where Scars aren't really anticipating them. They're able to operate. The kills are coming quite quickly between each other. That sort of back to the wall position as well means where they were, things were sort of fed in front of them. And at this point here, Kenotrope, they're not able to push it over the line this time around, but it was a 1 versus 2. For Ayagator, it was a lot of time to work with. They still had a drone, which shows the importance of that piece of utility. And Kawa's just going to sit and wait. Obviously, as soon as they go for a swing, they'll reveal themselves if they're close to it, or they have to go for a wider swing, so not favorable and not going to be one that they anticipate in. Quick blow up and towards the solarium stairs. 3 Scars players with another on the window either side. They're just trying to force themselves to control and a catch on anyone that might have been in these positions. Let them go past Washoi, watching on the back of the double window, but it's, well, there it is. Washoi gets the catch on one of these players, forced back across. Yukiz is caught out on the flea. There's Wreck, tearing their way across, just hot droned and lent in. That's 2 players lost, and they've barely entered the building here.
Yeah, I think Yukiz has overplayed his position there. We saw him in bathroom, and I was watching his location, and he was just in bathroom for the longest time, trying to hold off that multiple-sided push, but it was never going to happen. He was on the score post, though. He didn't need to go anywhere. He just needed to switch shells and get out of there so that he could keep himself alive. You know, you were never going to hold back this Scars top. Could have had another gun alive. As it is, 3 versus 5, but will Scars start to stall out at all? They've taken a bit of damage on Rek and Ayagator. They still haven't got complete control of the top floor. Sylvia starts the fight back, managing to take down Ayagator. That's the Dockerby gone, so that final call might not happen now, which could have been that punctuation mark that started the final execute. Sylvia with another. They haven't dealt with him, managing to pick up Rek. As I said, they've done some good work, but have they left themselves too much to do? Choppy manages to cut down Sylvia, taking away that damage that's been done. 3 versus 2, 25 seconds left to go.
More smoke canisters to play with. They pop the Goyo in the corner as well. They're just going to have to try and send it for kills at this point, and they know that somebody is trapped in Mudroom, blinded as well, but they get the kill onto the smoke. They're inside the site. It's a scrappy back and forth. There's Mao in Mudroom. They know where he is. They can just plant, get it secured, keep peppering over the top. Fish-like gets another round there for Scars. They pull ahead, but very late left.
The great escape remains possible for Scars. They have sat languishing at the bottom of the table for the majority of this stage, and there is an opportunity still for them to find themselves in a playoff spot. in 5th nonetheless. If they get the regulation win, it will then depend on Enterforce's result against Cyclops, but most people, I think, would probably assume that there's not going to be too much in that game for Enterforce if Cyclops had turned up and play it the way that they have done throughout the stage. So Scars, they could just be using that escape rope to get themselves out of trouble when they need to the most. They've got themselves now 2-1, so a successful first quarter for them. Good couple of attacks. Always nice to get your attacks on Chalet. We kind of expect it. A 4-2 half would be a great start for them. We're going to see Mao this time bringing along that mirror. The Dokubi has been the ban, so rather than, I suggested maybe one of those denial operators, your Bandit, your Kaid, maybe your Tubarao. Rather than that, they've decided, Kenotrope, that they are look maybe to lean into the roam, wanting to stay out there and get aggressive and prevent those Dokubi calls from having that impact on them. We can see the Denari trip connectors have been applied inside of Office as well. Again, just using that for area denial. Anybody unfamiliar with our newest gadget in the game, they will apply a slowing effect, like the electrification of Clash of Shield, kind of. So you'll get a little bit of slow. You'll also take such from tripping one of those as well. So definitely something that the attackers might need to clear out, and I think it's a smart move considering the aggression Scars have shown, the way they've wanted to get into site quickly. We saw that previously, not into site but into Office quickly when they were attacking on Kitchen Dining. Might just prevent them from doing that, and this is the aggression I'm talking about.
Well, there's a Maestro, there's a man with a great gun, and he somehow gets the kill, but with Shoy. I was going to say a great gun with a lot of bullets, but he's a slow op. Still somehow gets the take on towards Fishlike, and yeah, fine. They traded up, but I think in that scenario, you're sort of thinking, okay, Blackbeard maybe should have got that one locked in. An external shield, almost punished by somebody drifting around on the Ego Balk. But Alkayo is instead going to sort of just be very aggressive with this position. There are 3 grenades to remove this utility if needed. So it's not going to be an impossibility to get rid of it and just force the player. The smoke coverage there on towards, I'm assuming the push up the stairs is what they bought some time there for, but no, nothing operated immediately on towards it. They've got this laser grid network cutting its way across piano and sort of preparing for anyone that might drop it on towards the windows at this point. So instead, there goes that shield with the grenade I talked about, and well, now can they try and follow up with a bit of pressure around the back of it? They're encircling here, Scars, but time is once again becoming that worry, I think, for me.
Again, we're just seeing, as I spoke earlier about Denari, you know, it's either kind of something on the stairs, nice and simple, or it's this intricate web of these lasers. As you say, it looks like a little bit of a laser chess obstacle course that they've got going on there, but they have lost a couple of them now, as well as losing a body as Irrigator takes down another. 4 versus 3, 45 seconds left to go, and they're doing a good job here of meticulously removing all this utility that is stacking up against them. Irrigator now in position to try and get into half wall and think about getting the plant down, but they haven't dealt with Mao yet, who's playing close on that angle. Nitro goes out, shot out by a hail of bullets as he tries to do something about the plant, but can't. Mauer is dug deep, but will be shut down. Was Shoy and Rek finding a killer piece. That was a really nice execute coming out from Scars. Great aggression to cover the plant. Get that done. Beautiful stuff.
Well, the timeout requested there makes sense. 3-1. And all of that has been Scars on a sort of roll. And they weren't a million miles away from it being a 4-0 as well here. Kenotrope, they're struggling with a couple of the games that they had. Here, getting this kill, great. Immediately followed through by Washoy. A great lead on there. It just feels like Scars are a bit sharper on these engagements. They're a bit sharper at getting the ground they need. Could they be quicker? Of course they could. Anybody could, but their worry has been attack. Their worry has been attack every single game. This split in here, being able to actually find some momentum behind it is great growth for them. As I said, they're you know, with the 3 rounds that they've got, that takes their total tally of attack round wins from 12 up by 3. So, what, a quarter of the way towards their entire season's worth of attack wins already?
Yeah, oh, it just paints a picture, doesn't it? It paints a picture of the fall from grace, really. You know, realistically, we came into stage 2, you know, looked at the matchups that we had and what the expectations were. It's something that, you know, we always do as casters is look at how we think things are going to go, what's going to be the trajectory, and I had Scars right up there at the top. You know, the expectation was realistically they would be fighting it out with FearX and Cyclops for those, you know, top spots and looking to get themselves that bye in the playoffs, and it just has never happened. They've never got started, and as you quite rightly say, attack has certainly been you know, one of those issues that they've had, and only 1 in 3 and the worst, second worst attacking percentage in the entire league, so not good from them. But they found it when they need it most, and look, this is what good teams do, this is what great players do, is, you know, you pick yourself up when you're down and you find it when you really need it, and that's what Scars are doing at the moment. If they can continue on this trend and get this win against Kenotrope on Chalet, they put themselves, surprisingly in many ways, into the playoffs. Unexpectedly, they will take up one of those berths. But for the time being, they've still got more rounds to win. This is not done and dusted. Intel gathering will begin as the drones start racing across that top floor. They know that there is a big library setup, which I think would always have been the expectation. And they're going to go about starting to break it down.
Well, there's the smash and grab across the top. There's a lot of awareness, but caught out. Yukis was just sort of watching and waiting. And with the mirror windows, they're not entirely forced out of position. A big send and dedication for a failure to launch here. And now they're forced away. Yuki's locking it down with the Tubarao above. Big rotate having to come out. There otherwise no real pressure that's coming across. Here's the start with eyes on towards Ivy from the box. And the eyes from the box out towards the side as well. Now there is obviously the position down the back of the stair set. The Candelas, they're just going to try and roll behind them probably. They've stepped up, caught by the blind. There's nothing immediately, but there is a drop on towards Rex. Mao pushed down the stairs. The IQ tried to scream their way up and get the double-sided pinch on towards the player. As Iagate takes a blow, the timeout seemingly worked wonders here for Kenotrope. The Scars just cannot find a single inch in towards this hold.
They've got to find a toe hold somewhere that's going to allow them to catapult themselves up the face of this cliff that they've got to climb, because at the moment, 2 versus 5, it ain't looking pretty. They haven't broken down a single piece of this top floor defense. They still have somebody on blue stairs. They still have somebody on mezzanine. They still have somebody in library. They've still got utility stacked up against them. They try an alternative angle with Shoy moving through fireplace, looking to get the challenge vertically up onto mezzanine. He didn't do it, and he was punished as Kawa comes across and finds the kill. Yukis cuts him down. The last man is gone, and that's going to be a flawless round for Kenotrope as a message is sent to Scars that the playoff spot is not theirs yet.
3-2. There's still hope. There's still chance. There's still a fight. And we've sort of had long games earlier on, right? We had a sort of split of, you know, a game that I'm not going to say mattered too much. It statistically didn't. And then a game that had a lot of heat that went pretty much all the way, but it fell just short when they were in this position, and you kind of want that on a final day. This, again, the last game to have meaning in some manner in terms of statistics. Not that the other game won't be fun, I'm sure, but there's a deep breath already taken. We're looking towards playoffs. We're looking towards this scenario anyway. Here, as Kenotrope find a resurgence in that manner after a timeout, Scars, they've already done well on their attacks statistically versus them, but losing control of the momentum before the turn of the split is going to be something that gives Kenotrope so much ground to work with on Chalet here. They've got themselves, again, a lot of slows. You've got Sylvia back on the mirror. They're just trying to make things uncomfortable for the approach, and I appreciate that change from the side of Kenotrope because it gives Scars less confidence to sort of build. We've seen them set themselves up and then go for these smash and grabs with 20 seconds left. The mirror adds a minute of work they need to do potentially, and in that one change, they're just causing these big problems. Either way, on towards this, the vertical. And remember, we had a position where a Kenotrope player, I think it was Kawa, was able to get 3 of their kills. The run out is bold. And nets no death nor reward, though.
Takes a little peek around the corner. Is not going to take any damage. Wishoy nearly took the head off the defender, but the opportunity didn't really quite clearly present itself. Kawa has already shown a great understanding and ability to play this position and to make his self and his presence known when it counts most. I think he got a triple from here last time around. And Mau is in support this time, just trying to play off the half wall as well. He's got the magnets to just try and keep him in position for the time being, just really desperately trying to hold on to the verticality. Interestingly, with that Kaid ban coming in, it's something that I spoke about that Kenotrope might choose to do. It's just made it difficult for them to trick the wall as they did previously. Choppy managing to take down Sylvia. Great start there, and it just gives them that little bit of space to work into. Scars really want this 4-2 half.
Well, they're starting to put themselves in the driver's seat, and Rek doubles it down with 2 more. The hop in and the knockout as Yuka's at least stems the flow, but not for very long. Wishoy screams themselves. Alkayo, all that's left on the far side of anything, is going to go to try and retake the verticality. Hope that there'll be a surprise strike, but missing that fight gives his... Okay, I was going to say gives his positional game away. Wishoy, I don't think was fully aware, but he still wins it out. A 4-2 half here for Scars. Are the wheels starting to come off the Kenotrope train?
It feels like it's, I mean, it's going to be heartbreaking for them, isn't it? You know, if they fall at this last hurdle, you know, they've battled so hard throughout the stage, got themselves into the final play day in a playoff position. They just need to hold on to it. They just need to keep what's theirs. But, like you say, they're just coming up against a Scars team that look a little bit different from what they have through the stage, and certainly a bit more effective. 4-2 half, and they move on to the defence. But we know that Chalet is quite often kind to the attackers, and it may be that Kenotrope can start getting a bit of ground back. Interesting to see a different approach coming out from Scars. Not going for those shield bans, instead taking away the Ying and the Grim, looking at those execute-focused bans. We see the teams using those operators on attack to create space, to create an opportunity to put that diffuser down on the ground, and Scars have said, that's not the game we're going to play. So it may be that Kenotrope lean into the shields, but you've got to be prepared for that. You've got to have your strategies lined up, because it is not as simple as just putting on a shield and walking into sight. So, see whether Kenotrope take advantage of those bans or not, as Army and Clash come in the opposite way. Fairly expected. I think, you know, it leaves the mirror on the board, which immediately Scars are going to be picking up. We know the value of that operator. And as I mentioned, shields, Sylvia will be on the Monty.
So, will Kenotrope get some energy and get themselves back in? Scars,
10 seconds left.
they've been able to get themselves to a pretty solid position of pushing this one over.
5 seconds to
The limitations of this army, of the Clash, means it's going to be a bit more of a gun game. They're going to take away a lot of the structure. They've got the castle to build behind, fine. But otherwise, they want to lean into the pressure here. On the opposite side of it, the castle, the mirror, Scars are doing everything to try and do what almost slowed them at the end of it. Put some space, put some structure between them and Kenotrope. Put the pressure of time back into them. Early focus. Opening up the phantom pressure and leaning some of this pressure through. The Blackbeard of Alkayo wants to just swing their way up the back stairs immediately in towards Astro. Now there is the player obviously with the swing behind them. They're waiting for some support. They've got an easy pickup.
Too easy.
Too easy.
Yeah, you can't be giving your Blackbeard away like that. Far too easy. And this is, you know, a good decision, I think, from Scars. They've not banned out those shields, and they've shown an ability not to panic in the face of them and to deal with them easily. It was originally the Monty. They chose to change it over to the Blackbeard on a Caillou. The Monty likely survives that situation because obviously the cover of the shield is greater. And we're going to see that second kill coming in. 5 versus 3. Scars looking pretty comfortable on the defense so far. They just need to not give it away. But as I say, that Sylvia manages to pick up a kill onto Fishlike. And that just gives them an opportunity to start getting themselves into the building. Only one of Kenotrope is inside so far, so that's the first problem that they need to solve here, Emma. Minute 30 left on the clock, and still 2 sets of boots outside of the map.
At this point, they've obviously been able to get the sort of one player back there, but they've lost the buck. They've lost the ability to put the pressure from underneath as well. So instead, they've got to be a bit direct with it, and then the utility in the pockets of what they've got. A couple of grenades, a couple of smokes, and a stun, and that's going to be all they have to cover against the chance of a C4, the chance of just swinging around. Not sure how many Fenrir mines might still be in the way, or goo mines.
Swapping mags.
But at this point, having to just try and use bullets to shoot your vertical isn't going to make for the best time. Oh, does get a great take on towards Rek. Looks for the second. They're aware of the pressure as Yukis circles round and finds Washoi. Suddenly, they've been able to move in, manipulate the space. Choppy's jumped out and been able to get themselves the pressure. Great read in scene work. They said, I'm under pressure. I'm being grenaded. Hop out and get one. Gets one back. 1 versus 2. Choppy. All that's left, 20 seconds. There's one on the double window. Hits a bit of the damage on the swing round. Gets to rotate themselves. They're off the plant. They're spraying through. They're well aware of what each other's doing. The pressure's coming close. Sylvia drives for Kenotrope. Had to make something happen there, though, and they did.
If Scars don't make the playoffs, just remember that they had a 5 versus 3 round that they threw away. You know, big problem for them there. I said it at the time, 5 versus 3. They've done the hard work. They just need to make sure that they're closing out this round. You know, this has been, again, another symptom of their performances through this stage, and they've got to be closing those rounds out. You've got the advantage. You've got the manpower, and instead you've lost 2 in bathroom. You know, you can't be giving away so many free positions like that. Kenotrope will keep hoovering them up if given the opportunity. They get themselves, I would say, a fairly unexpected round given how that one started. And Scars are going to be kicking themselves. They're going to Baron gaming this time. They're going to move on. Kenotrope, I'm sure, are going to be buoyed and finding some confidence out of that last round. Great stuff from them. Controlling the site with the double window, pushing in, deciding on the solo take, committing to it, locking down the bathroom window, finding the kill, using the utility. Everything was there for them. Scars just needed to not play into it quite so much. Give them so many opportunities. And I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of frustration creeping in.
Well, at this point, Kenotrope have stemmed the sort of rounds being drifted away from them. They've stemmed some of these problems, and there's a great lead-in for the next. Choppy on Demo's least favorite operator. Fun fact. Who's your least favorite operator?
Least favorite operator?
Yeah.
One that I just don't ever play. To be honest, I feel like, and they are very useful. This isn't anything, I understand that they're very positive, but just from a point of view of somebody I never play and would never like choose to pick up, it's probably Striker and Sentry. I really don't play them, and I probably should a little bit more, to be honest.
Well, as Rek gets Mao and removes Striker from the possibility of striking the heart of the hold, they still have a lot of pockets of frags to try and bounce their way around the corner. Again, there's plays against traps, and, well, there's the talk of bouncing a grenade around the corner, but won't catch anything other than the chance at a frost mat underneath the opposite side. A minute 30. Kenotrope trying to weigh up their options for getting the control of the library, the verticality of above. They're still looking at shepherding space that's otherwise still being contested by Fishlike, who's a bit alone here. There's nobody that's got the swing on the Ivy side. There's, I think, someone up in a bedroom, but yeah, at this point, fair enough. He could feel the pressure coming around. There's a minute left, and he's got a lot of time to wait. There's the bedroom player of Rec having to get out of there. But it's an Oryx, so they can always find their way back round if needed. It's putting a lot of fear into Kenotrope's approach. They're having to watch every single angle at this point. Kawa still has the track stingers, but they haven't been able to get in the building because, well, they got the drone and got out of there. There's been no contest towards Rec. They're having to re-drone and re-drone. This is 30, 40 seconds on a single player on a single position, not above the site. And Kawa's actually gone for the hunt. They've gone even further back at this point to allow Yukiz to get in and get some destruction done here. There's an angle being opened up, and almost Washoi being opened up as well.
Yeah, just missed his opportunity there. Just missed his opportunity to clear that out. Rec manages to take down Akayu and Scars. They're digging deep now. They've got themselves with 12 seconds left to go. I don't see any way that Kenotrope are able to win this one out now. They're just pushing into lines of sight that are being held from across the map. Sylvia with one, but it's meaningless. It's nothing more than a consolation prize as the final kill comes in from Scars. They've put that 5 versus 3 throw behind them, and they managed to get themselves, more importantly, to 5-3 on the scoreboard.
5-3 and solid play against that approach, especially just having the roaming Oryx causing problems. If I talk about how Alibi is very situational in the books of who they're going to sort of solve, is the gun good, who they're going to cause problems for. Here, just the Oryx getting free. Rec taking so much time out above. Getting, obviously, the kills here is great as well, but it was more just sort of saying, I'm over here, come get me, come get me. And for a long time, they wondered whether they should. And that indifference or that worry towards solving a problem is what pulls teams out of momentum and out of control. Scars want that full 3-point win. They get that, they get themselves into playoffs. And Kenotrope don't. Kenotrope need to try and pull themselves into at least OT, and then from that stage, I think based on the fact that it's round difference before head-to-head, right?
It is, yep, round difference first. If your round difference is equal, then you would look at the head-to-head.
And I believe, depending on that, they're in regardless, I think. Because for Scars minus 12... Yeah. Even if they 2-0'd in overtime and got a 2, they'd still be... Would that be 10?
So, no, the outcomes that we can have would be Scars win in regulation, they go to playoffs. Scars win by 2 rounds in overtime, so 8-6, they go to playoffs. Anything else, Kenotrope go to playoffs. So even an 8-7 win to Scars in overtime would be Kenotrope to playoffs.
Ludicrous.
Imagine if it goes to 7-7, the heartbreak for Scars.
Coming down
lose
to
by
a
1 round
single round.
Yeah.
There's also sort of the split here of Kenotrope as well. Obviously, that they had an overtime loss. Scars had an overtime win. If that had been an overtime win for the side of Kenotrope, if they'd been able to do the difference, they quickly scroll through and see who they got that against. It could have been them already sort of confirmed. It was against Enterforce 36, and it was a round difference there as well.
We're talking about fine margins, fine margins, as we have been in some of these rounds. Now then, Scars are going to be looking to certainly not leave it that fine for the rest of these. We're going to have the bottom of the wall kind of opened up. The exthermic, I did wonder when he was putting the exthermic charge on the floor, I thought that's a little bit far away. And not got as quite a clean breach as he might have liked. Caillou does get one, but the answers are coming thick and fast from Scars as they pick up a nitro kill. Washoi manages to find one on the Frost, picking up the headshot onto Sylvia. This is all going Scars' way. They've guaranteed themselves overtime in a heartbeat. In just a heartbeat then, we saw kill after kill after kill, and they close out the round. They go 6-3, and it feels like the spirit of Kenotrope is just broken them. It feels like they don't have any fight left in them. And right now, Scars have got 3 rounds to wrap this up in regulation and catapult themselves up the table into 5th place.
This is a Scars that went 1-7 yesterday against Dplus, and a Kenotrope that went 5-7 against CAG, and yet Scars have just stolen control of this. We said their hardest fight was going to be in that sort of gun game. The fact that they've been able to get themselves these decent attacks start and just power themselves on, they are playing better than they have in a long time. They know Kenotrope well from how many times these rosters have played against each other, but at the same time, Kenotrope, a team that was able to go the distance against PSG Talon, go the distance, you know, against these sort of big hitters, cannot make it stick when it matters the most, and they have to be flawless to the end pretty much from this point to have a chance at getting in towards playoffs. On the other side of this, from how things went in stage 1 as well, that we had Scars sort of teetering just below Kenotrope. Last time it was Enterforce 36 and Mer. Enterforce is secured regardless of the fact that they've still got to play later on today.
5 seconds remaining.
And last time these two teams met on Chalet, which we talked about at the very beginning, last time it was a 4-7 for the side of Kenotrope. Scars have learnt lessons since that game in July.
Straight away, we hear the air jabs going out, so paying attention to the details. Don't want to be getting run out on Sylvia straight into the building. It's almost as if he's acting on a little bit of intel here, but there's nobody ahead of him. Nobody in the basement at all. He certainly seems prepared for there being somebody there, but Sylvia, you ain't getting challenged from anywhere around there. We're sure he's long gone. He's up inside a game. I don't think he's going to be heading back down those stairs anytime soon. If anything, it will be the reverse. He heads towards the top floor. So Sylvia still holding down there in the basement. Will start to slowly move through, I think, and up those stairs. But need to make sure that they're not burning too much time. That's a minute into the round. They're happy that there's nobody in the basement now and they can start aggressing a little bit. But look at Washai. He's moved himself into library box here. And could be in a difficult spot to clear out. We've just got some utility clearance coming in from the Blackbeard. Kenotrope wanting to get themselves inside of Solar. It's the position that they had success from previously when pushing this area of the map. Have Scars learnt their lesson?
Half of the round gone. Half remaining for their chance here as the grenades and pressure come through. Docby's entered. And Nomad has exited. Cow is the first, but Mao strikes back as they try and just push their way back across library. Retake ground they thought was taken, but it's otherwise, I'm not going to say a one-sided sort of drive here and back and forth. They're slipping their way out. They're not going to try and dedicate towards the fight. They actually almost find it regardless. As it's a long-range engagement where Joy takes against the DMR, and both of them come out a little bit worse for wear, but nobody's dead. However, all it does is draw some time and pressure away. Still trying to piece together some verticalities as Mao finds Wreck. Gets himself a second for the round, doing massive work on the windows here. We've seen jump outs to claim this pressure before, and now they've got the Claymores in that situation. Fishlike on a dime gets one, gets the Blackbeard, but Yukis gets revenge. A 3 versus 2. And Choppy operates their way back in. Now they know that there's somebody on that window, and they know that there's somebody putting pressure on either side. There's nobody underneath at this point. Sylvia's going to go for the plant. They've got to try and cross the divide, which is being watched by the repelling player. There's the motion. A step too late, but they get the kill. 2 versus 2. Either side, outside the building, watching from the windows. They need to try and put the pressure on towards Mao. He's the man that can really stop the attempt on the retake. But there's a trade out. It's Mao getting that position. They do have a reinforce, but they can't quite operate it, so they're going to go for the long arm. The spray comes out. They open the angle, and Washai wins it for Scars, and Scars win themselves a playoff spot. Kenotrope fall on the final hurdle. And a difference of a round from an earlier playday haunts them, but Scars aren't haunted yet.
Heartbreak for Kenotrope as they just cannot get it done when it counts, and Scars rescue what has been a little bit of a A dumpster fire of a stage, to be honest, for them so far, but it all looks okay, Em. They've got themselves to a position of being in a playoff spot at the very last gasp, at the last attempt to get themselves there.
Well, we'll go to a break before we're back with our final game of the day.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
이제 간식을 다 먹어봤으니까
네.
호주에서 가장 유명한 음식인 HSP 할랄 스낵팩을 먹어보도록 하겠습니다.
네.
열어보시겠어요?
되게 비주얼이 폭력적인데요.
이거를 먹으면 저절로 행복해질 것 같은 음식인데요. 먹어보시죠, 한번.
오. 너무 되게 그냥 맛이 없을 수가 없는 조합인데요. 맛있는데요?
사실 촬영을 하기 싫을 정도로 맛있는 맛인데 저희는 촬영을 해야 하기 때문에 인터뷰를 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 이제 스테이지 2가 얼마 남지 않았는데요. 스테이지 2의 임하는 자세 그리고 스테이지 2의 목표 어디까지 성적을 이뤄낼 수 있을지 매피님의 생각이 있을까요?
당연히 저희의 목표는 똑같이 스테이지 1처럼 1등을 하는 것이고요. 당연히 스테이지 2를 1등하는 만큼 또 메이저 퀄리파이에서 또 1등을 할 것이고 또 1등을 한 만큼 또 국제대회 가서 당연히 우승을 목표로 열심히 할 거고요. 더 나아가서 내년에 있는 인비테이셔널까지 이제 퀄리파이 해서 거기서 또 좋은 성적을 내는 게 저희 궁극적인 목표라고 생각합니다.
아마 이거는 좀 이따 저희가 끝나고 먹어도 될 것 같기도 하네요.
한 입만 더 먹겠습니다.
네. 이제 마지막 질문인데요. 만약에 APL 지역에서 누군가와 1대1을 한다면 누구를 뽑을 거고 이유는 뭐가 될까요?
1대1이요? 립스 96 선수를 뽑겠습니다. 왜냐면은 아시아에서 제일 잘하는 선수 중 한 명이지 않나 하는 생각이 있고요. 그러니까 제일 잘하는 선수니까 1대1 했을 때 재밌는 경기가 나오지 않을까요? 사실 제가 리로드 때 1대1 졌잖아요. 그것 때문에 좀 어느 정도 이제 1대1이 좀 약하다라고 생각하고 있는데 그때 이후로 많이 사실 어제 생각을 했기 때문에 누가 얻어 이길 것 같습니다. 1대1은.
이제 마지막 질문인데요. 이제 앞으로 프로게이머의 매피로서의
네.
목표 혹은 인간 박주환으로서의 목표가 있으실까요?
프로게이머로서의 목표는 당연히 우승이고요. 왜냐면은 프로게이머가 되고 나서부터도 다른 이제 한국에서 강한 게임들 있잖아요. 리그 오브 레전드라든지 발로란트가 될 수도 있고 여러 가지 게임들의 잘하는 탑플레이어들의 선수를 보면서 그 선수들처럼 우승하고 싶다라는 동기부여를 되게 많이 가졌어가지고 당연히 우승을 하는 게 프로게이머로서는 첫 목표고 인간으로서의 목표는 제가 지금 생각해도 많이 어린 것 같아요. 그러니까 물론 성인이 되고 나서 지금까지 성장을 하면서 많은 거를 겪고 많은 거를 성장했다고 느끼지만 아직도 많이 미숙한 부분이 많다고 생각을 해요. 그래서 인간으로서 박주환은 좀 더 리더십이 있고 좀 팀을 좀 긍정적이게 이끌어줄 수 있고 좀 많은 거를 수용할 수 있는 사람으로서 나아가려고 합니다.
Oh, I have to go. Bye.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며 행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까.
Welcome back, and well, with that, what do we have? All of our teams decided. There will be no more changes positionally. We have our confirmed top 6 teams, and yet we still have one more game to play. CAG will be going up against Enterforce 36, and this is just to sort out, well, bragging rights in some manner, I suppose, Tim?
Yeah, basically, they're looking to... Enterforce can finish on 10 points. They're going to be looking to finish as strong as possible, but they're trying to do it against the top place team. It's not going to be easy for them. That much is for sure. Like you said, the guaranteed playoffs now, it maybe takes a little bit of pep out of the stride. They're not coming in here thinking they need everything. It's a choice of playing PSG Talon or playing Dplus Kia. It's not, you're not making life loads easier by getting yourself back up into 5th or finishing in 6th. It's not going to be a huge difference for them, and Cyclops have certainly shown an ability to get the job done through this stage, so it's not going to be an easy one for them. But looking across the roster of Enterforce 36, of course, we can see there Nina has been the standout player so far. They could be doing better on entry. That's the one thing that I would pick up and say. Nina and Jin are playing on the entry. Jin's doing better on 16 and 10, but overall, as a team, not fantastic across the board. They don't set themselves up too well in the rounds, but Nina, 79 and 58, has big moments in the mid to late round.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things about this team as well, and in terms of how they're getting themselves sort of thrown in, they've been able to have good moments, but Harper and Mugi unfortunately haven't in terms of the KD game as well. The two of the lowest rated players across the entirety of the thing. You're getting a lot of work done by Nina. Fine, they were at the start of the play, I think, the 3rd best rated player in the entirety of the league. And yeah, they're plus 21, but when you have a talisman player in this sort of situation against a team that has a few players that can sort of put those line in, well, what do you do when you lose Nina? You can't just sort of put the whole weight of the round, unfortunately, on one player that's gone super positive, and then maybe a Kuzu sometimes when they need a little bit of a backline. In terms of their opponents, I think we generally know them pretty well. The team that came in with a single roster change, and DD was the one that sort of stepped in from the coach towards a player position, but in a weird way for the terms of Kagasaka, it's actually given them a bit more sort of ground to work with on their opponents. They have more freedom in their kill game. Yeah, they have a talisman player that's shown up in Shurip, who is the best rated player and has been absolutely phenomenal throughout it. But look at the cost across the team. Tubisu and Anaton, both there pretty much continually every single round. DD has been brilliant for a coach stepping in to be a player, and Arkali as well. There's sort of, if they're your weak link in some manners, that's a great weak link to have.
Yeah, would completely agree. We've been singing DD's praises throughout. The performances have been great, stepped up very, very quickly, and you wouldn't even really notice the difference, I don't think. And so, you know, I think a lot of people would be surprised to find out, you know, that he was the coach until recently. So, yeah, great stuff from Cyclops. Let's see where we are going to be playing, where are Enterforce going to try and get this done. It's going to be on Cafe. Not going to be an easy one. They're going to need plenty of good attacks. We know that that can be the difficult side of things for teams on Cafe, and you know, when you match that up with trying to beat a team that we know are good on Cafe, like Cyclops are, it's their #1 preference map, won it twice, lost it 0 times since the beginning of June, won it recently against Scars just 2 weeks ago. It's going to be a tough one for Enterforce to try and reclaim that 5th position.
This is it, right? You're on Cafe, you're on Intricate, you're on potentially exciting. The choice between Border and Cafe, I kind of would have liked to see a Border because I think it would be a very violent, quick one. Last time we've seen CAG on this sort of map, they've, you know, banned off Castle, banned off Clash and gone, or banned off Azami and gone, let's just have a brawl. You can't get that quite as cleanly on Cafe, but there's going to be challenges here for Enterforce 36. If CAG can have a decent opening half here, I think they'll just start running a bit rampant on their defense side. But at the same time, it's a game where no one is going to really move place for them. So they're sort of like, yeah, we're top. We'll do what we need to do. We don't really care.
Yeah, like you say, they've got themselves in the regional finals. They've got themselves in the playoff brackets. They're going to be in the top 2. In fact, they locked into top 1 now in the playoff bracket, I think. Let me just double check that. Yeah, that should be the case. So with FearX not winning today, they didn't gain any points. So, yeah, nothing's going to change here for Cyclops, apart from, as I always say, and Des always laughs at me for, winning's a habit. You know, you want to keep it rolling. You want to keep those points going on the board. You don't want to turn up into playoffs having taken a loss. That said, Enterforce is, you know, Cafe is also a really high preference map for Enterforce. Second choice for them usually. Banned out 11 times against them since the beginning of June. We haven't actually seen them play it. So there's no footage of them on here. It's a map that other teams don't want to play them on consistently. So, well, maybe it's not all going to be, you know, one-way traffic for Cyclops like, you know, it might look on the face of it. We've got the bans coming in. Let's not forget Cyclops starting on the attack as well. It's not the easier side to start on. You know, if we look at Cyclops, they've actually been very good on the attack. They've been our top attacking side, 62% success rate on attack. So by those numbers, they're going to be looking for a 4-2 half here, no doubt about it.
Okay, let's have ourselves one final brawl for the playoff, the pre-playoff stage, even the league stage of APAC North, before we find hurtling towards that big playoffs week and the super week that we have ahead of us. At this point, the pressure is on Enterforce 36, I think, because they could sort of cut them teeth. They could play themselves into a better headspace going through. As you said, you can pick your poison on your villain, but it sort of depends on the split of who they think they could go up against. The problem with Enterforce 36, as weird as it is that they are a habitual overtime team. They've had 4 overtime games of the 6 that they've been in. 3 of them have been wins, so they've got themselves close to being pushed over the edge. But, you know, when you're hitting overtime against pretty much everybody, how do you try and find a bit more pace of that? The only two teams that they haven't before today was PSG Talon and FearX. And outside of that, you know, any of their potential ones, one of those is PSG Talon as their potential who they want to go up against. One of the people that they've sort of been able to take a game against was Dplus Kia. 8-6 in overtime. So maybe they do have a bit of weight of who they'd rather go up against based on that. But best of threes, it's an entirely different ball game. It's an entirely different place to find ourselves in. They find early pressure.
Nina all the way down on the bottom floor. I think that Cyclops are well aware of Nina's position. They did take out a drone inside of Bakery that's just going to give a little bit of intel over to the attacking side. Just as you said earlier, quite rightly, it's not always about what is there, but sometimes about what's not. And the fact that you've lost that drone tells you that somebody's down there, because it hasn't magically disappeared. Nina will continue fighting, got themselves back up to reading room, just trying to make a nuisance of themselves around the map, I think. But it's going to be Akusu really causing the nuisance, taking down. What better start could you find? Sharip off the board, the sledge gone. It's not going to matter too much in terms of utility. It's a top floor site, so they don't need that verticality opened up. It's just about the player. It's about the man. It's about the gunfights. It's about the energy that you've lost within the team. Halfway through the round, Cyclops do get themselves inside of the building now, start to build up a little bit of pressure. Arcully with what I don't think we can even deem it a trade. It is Akusu taken down. It's extremely late after he got that kill onto Sharip, but look at this, already looking to get a little bit aggressive into sight with who else? Anaton on the Monty.
Well, I mean, it's just a sort of classic combination, right? You've got Anaton on the Monty, you've got this pressure. Arcully's able to sweep up the kill. As I said, if he's the lowest performer, that's a fine lowest performer to have. You lose the sledge, which is some of the approach in the trade-off between the sledge and the Jaeger, who you assume has already placed their utility. You'd rather have the sledge for the pressure, but when you can have the Monty just do this and push behind the shield, well, do you really need to juggle the grenades onto the pixel position? Harper takes a lot of damage, as Anaton is more than happy to find a fight and just keeps going on towards Lumber. You know, he's good enough to not overextend that, but I love that he's just stolen all this territory. The sledge would be great to get rid of these Maestro bubbles that have otherwise been hacked. DD's going to go for the plant and instantly gets caught out, but Arcully's pushed up and it's traded back and forth. Nina and Mugi get a couple themselves, but now it's just Chibisu left. Oh, an absolute steal of a kill across Lumber in a 1 versus 1. Does have the kit, does have some awareness. He's going to go in with a shotgun. No! One of the lowest damage guns. Tickled that man's shins.
That was very, very close to Chibisu. Look, Cyclops have made a big mistake there, and that is not nailing Nina down at the beginning of the round. They knew that somebody was down in the kitchen area. They didn't chase them down. They just went direct to sight. Nina had the freedom then to drop back down later in the round, came back all the way down to bottom floor, came back up brown stairs as they'd done previously into pillars. They were clearly playing for the nitro from underneath, and as soon as DD went for the plant, that's exactly what they hit. It was a perfectly worked strategy from Enterforce, and Cyclops didn't do enough to counter it. They were punished for it. So, great start for Enterforce, getting themselves a 1-0 lead here on Cafe.
1-0. They have that step up. They have that first lead. It was a back and forth engagement. Maybe it was overcommitment there from the side of Kagasaka. The fact that they thought, okay, we can just send it. We'll just go for the plant in a sort of 4 versus 4 scenario where you've got Anaton on the shield alone down by Lumber. Not great. Not the strategic blindside you think it would be. They could have slowed things down a bit, but ultimately they didn't want to, and they didn't have to in their game of things. Nothing's going to change. Fine. Came down to a 1 versus 1, and they even got the first shot off. If they had a slightly better secondary, they might have been able to net a kill there or something. Either way, the split round, the bring of the Ella to maybe play against Anaton, stop the Monty, getting themselves in and getting themselves off these engagements is a good read-through. They've got the Deimos to try and track the loose players as well, as they know they're going to be up and above. And the play against the drones as well. It's sort of a game of hacking we're getting. We had the Maestro cam stolen last round. Now it's Well, a shield already finding a friend in Ella. But, like, just the pressure. The continued pressure here.
Yeah, not letting up at all. I thought Akusu was going to lose his life there as the nade came over. Just had to drop away, and being prone meant he was moving slower. It does take a lot of damage on the way down. Still not complete control of top floor yet. Muget and Harper need to be moved away. They're going to be supporting each other to stay in position. And how about that for support? Mugi managing to find our Cully as he stood up on that mini bar and managed to find his angle out of the window. Harper as well going big, taking down Didi. And all of a sudden, Enterforce find themselves 5 versus 3. And we're starting to see why Cafe is a high preference one for them and why the other teams are regularly banning it away, because they are in command of these defenses. The big question now that needs to be answered is how will they deal with the Monty? Pressure is mounting on Harper. Surely he doesn't come away with his life here. No, he won't. As Shuri manages to find the kill. Mugi's already dropped away. So that leaves them 4 versus 3. 2 minutes burnt. This is great stuff with the Ram off the board as well.
Well, they have time to try and just lock it down here on the bottom. And Anaton is, again, solo sending for fights. Does find Nina. I mean, such a storied shield player, and this is proof why. But he's about to try and take another solo engagement. Gets the down, gets traded. Chibisu gets the rest of the down player. 2 versus 2. They no longer have the kit, though. And they're just having to drop in against an open wall and an open fight to try and take it. Slips their way on towards, but not entirely confident. There's a Maestro bubble watching all of this happen. So as they go for the pressure on the lead through, they're just going to actually keep trying to send for the fights itself, get themselves tucked all the way. There's the swing round. There's a close fight that might be about to happen. Just pre-fired angles. They're on the Maestro bubble. They're going for the fight either side. It's heavy attention, locked out. Enterforce 36 get themselves the second round.
Yeah, looking really well polished here on the defenses of Cafe. Even with that little fight back from Anaton, who surely cannot keep getting away with it on the Monty. Surely, I mean, we've seen it for years and years, but he just can't keep getting away with this. Goes in and nearly got himself the double. Did get the down on the Ella, but was cut down. Very importantly, I think if Anaton stays alive on the Monty there, if they don't find that shot from utility through reading room, they've got big problems of Enterforce, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. They did get the shot, and that's all that counts. Took the shield down and get themselves a 2-0 advantage. So far, so good. They've had a top floor site, they've had a mid floor site, and now they're going to go down to a bottom floor site. It's going to be Kitchen that they try to hold on to this time. We see the bulletproof camera going out to watch all the way down from Wedding, and we just have a look at the lineup on the side. Look at the denial that they've got. Look at the intel that they've got. They've got the Tuberau to slow things down. Will likely play inside of VIP, try and keep that hatch closed inside of Freezer. They've got the FNATs. They've got the Vulcan canisters. They've got Pulse feeding all this intel in from below for those 2 Nitros to try and play onto. They've got the Maestro bubbles for that intel again. It just looks like such a power setup for this site.
Well, will they be able to strike gold once again? Went for a spray through, but nobody was home. Had the approach on the back. The Maestro playing itself. I'm wondering if the Brava is going to be a ban with how much they've sort of played around it. But it's also the Monty as well, right? You're looking at, do we try and stop Anaton, a player that we've been able to kind of stop 2 rounds in a row? They play the Monty brilliantly, remove it. Or will they just push themselves onto a different shield? Or do we try and support the game that you just talked up there? They've played the Maestro every single time. Maestro is great on this map, and it's also given them the read on these engagements. But there's a lot of other ways to shut down a Maestro bubble. And here's a Monty, and there's not a lot of ways to shut down an Anaton on a Monty. Chibisu just, yeah, okay, it will be a Monty ban. I disregard everything I said.
The problem is, though, like you said, quite correctly, they haven't leaned into the shield bans. You know, we've taken Ying and Dockerby off the board, and Anaton will just play Blackbeard, he'll just play Blitz, he'll just play something else. Anaton's going to be down there, though. That is a nice play. I'm not sure exactly where that's come from. I think I would have guessed the Nitro, but there doesn't seem to be any destruction underneath him, so I think it was maybe a Nitro on the hatch that's maybe done the damage, so we don't quite see the destruction, but it's done enough damage onto the Monty to get him down. He will be collected, the hatch will be open, so it's not the end of the world, but what it does mean is that Anaton is then in range of those Maestro bubbles. If they've still got them in their control and he goes in for a plant, he could be in serious danger.
I really like that C4. They've just tucked it on the inside of the shelf there, so they cannot be rushed. Tubarao is going to freeze things down, but look at Anaton inside the site alone. He's about to be encircled at this point. The Monty's under maybe some attention, but there's somebody watching the hatch to give him some safety. But otherwise, at this point, it's easy for Enterforce 36 to just sort of push in, pick up the pieces. There's some coverage. There's the easy pickup. There's the last one. Again, Kakasaka just sort of sending things in and seeing what sticks, and so far, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there's an element for Cyclops here of, you know, why show off more than you need to? You're already locked into playoffs, you're locked into top spot, you're locked into regional finals. Yeah. You know, they might as well kind of play it like that. Just, let's just throw it at the wall and see what sticks. You know, we don't need to worry too much about the strategy of it. We don't need to, you know, worry about kind of giving away all of our attacking details. So there could be an element of that creeping in. But yeah, right now, Enterforce 36 standing up really, really well to the pressure that Cyclops are applying. You know, facing down that shield play from Anaton every single time. It's, you know, it's a big ask. They haven't gone for the ban on the Monty. They've gone for the Deimos instead. Unsurprisingly, Cyclops have taken away the Maestro. They've had enough of having to play around those bubbles, and it will mean it'll give them the freedom of selection on attack. I actually think Brava's a really valuable operator, and we do see that repeatedly, a little bit underutilised sometimes, I think. But with the Maestro ban, I imagine that frees up a spot as far as they see it in their lineup where they don't have to lock in the Brava.
Well, I mean, the Deimos, again, it does limit a particular style of play. They've stuck to their guns of bans there. The Ying, the Dockerby, and the Deimos is, we don't want to have these gun engagements. We don't want to give them this element. And yeah, Kagasaka can play that game. But I think the fairest point is that based on how they've been playing this so far, there is stuff that they're keeping close to their chest, whether there's stuff that they're just testing out or not. I wouldn't say that, because everything has felt like, let's just send it and kill people. It's not that they're not droning, it's not that they're not getting some control, and they're not playing things entirely ahead of what's ahead of them. There's a Brava drone that's reading all of this to a fight out that they might not be fully aware of. Now Anaton sort of desperate for the fight. Nina's in the hop position as well if they really want to try and double down on it, but it's an awkward place to have to choose this engagement on towards it, and they've peeled off instead.
Yeah, Akusu decided nobody's going to be coming on the eastern side, so we'll just close all of that up and rely on those top floor holds. He's basically trying to keep Nina safe, which he has done now for the first minute. Cyclops are going to be looking to get themselves into a standard piano take, get themselves top red into Cigar, into piano, push across from there and look for that top floor control. Just looking at their options, they don't have too much in terms of soft destruction. They've got the Rotero drones and they've got the soft breach chargers, but other than that, no blitz, no buck, no ram. Sorry, no sledge, no buck, no ram. And that's just going to make things maybe a little bit more difficult for them if they do get that top floor control in order to just get as much as they need. But you don't need a huge amount of verticality to attack onto Reed, and to be fair, Sharif does find Nina. That's the Malusi gone, and Harper goes. That's top floor clearance almost complete.
That was clean and easy. That was almost surprising. I thought he was just shooting open the barricade, and maybe he did as well. For a second there, I thought we were even watching someone else play. I was like, no, that's definitely Sharif. That's the take. Gets that early 2 bodies, but with a minute now left, as they try and get their close down on towards these positions, this feels a little bit more formulaed. They know that somebody's tucked in towards this sort of freezer cubby. But Shirip gets himself a Kuzu. Shirip, obviously the best rated player in the league up towards this point. Gets 2 more kills for this. Cooked a man to death. inside a small box and get a flawless on the back of it. They just have this ability to turn it on.
Yeah, they do.
And there it was sort of paramount, testament. They weren't playing behind the shield. They were looking for the gunfights, looking for crossed engagements, applying pressure, pulling back, peeling, moving, darting, diving, and destroying E36's hold.
It feels like it's, you know, that's been the intention from Cyclops so far. It just hasn't really panned out for them in the first 3 rounds. Whether they wake up and they can continue doing that over the next 2, we'll see. But, you know, you've really got to feel for Mugi towards the end of the round there, getting put on both fire and ice inside of the freezer. Absolutely nowhere for him to go. Cyclops working really well as a team, being the point there to get that job done and get that last person dislodged. So we go back up to the top floor. It's going to be for round 5. Enter Force 36 wanting to get themselves a full 3 points here. And in fact, let's have a look. Scar's gone on to 8, so even 2 points would be sufficient. To be honest, even 1 point would be sufficient. Anything, if they can just level them up on 8 points, it will put them back up above Scars in terms of that league table. It changes their matchup from Dplus Kia if they finish in 6th place to PSG Talon if they finish in 5th place. So it's kind of a pick your poison situation. But given what we've seen over the last couple of play days, I wouldn't be massively keen to play either. I think PSG Talon have been playing well, as have Dplus Kia, but I feel like Dplus Kia have just been playing with a little bit more swagger about them, and I think they're going to be a more difficult team to break down. So I think take the PSG Talon matchup if you can in the playoffs, but you're still going to have your work cut out for you.
Shibasu, 6-3. Why not jump on the Kali, you know? Why not send yourself in?
He's known for his Kali plays.
Known for his Kali plays. Known for his quick scoping. We'll see if he can try and get anything on this. Going for the close window peaks with the Kali is very fun. I mean, Harper has obviously built a castle here with the Kibas. They've got a great use of the Kali. But it's a great counter towards an operator who's currently stuck in. There's fire, there's the cross, there's a bit of a rebuild. He's lucky to not get caught by that first Capital Flame. How much are they going to dedicate towards getting rid of this one player?
And I mean, the bigger question is, however much they do dedicate to it, are they going to get rid of him? Because right now, there's an absolute ton of utility gone in there. Both fire arrows, we've had nades go in there, we've had the Kali working, and they still haven't been able to move Harper out of this position. He's now taking damage from that fire, but manages to wriggle away from it, keep himself in position. 1:45 wasted, and all that utility. Call that a success for Harper, even though he loses his life.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's so much that got sent in there towards that, and now they've just got to try and fight their way back across, and there's still the problem of getting into Piano, getting in towards this area. They've obviously had to drift themselves off. They haven't been able to get boots in the ground really anywhere that matters in towards the site. Yeah, they're on top red, but that is the first step in other plans. Now, still focusing on the chance at a swing, still focusing on the chance at Pixel, and maybe not even focusing on a Kuzu. On that slow, deep rotate underneath. We could try and pop their way up red. I mean, he's got to do it sooner rather than later, but this could be that big, big strike. How aware are they? Pretty aware, but it doesn't matter. There's 2. They don't quite get it, but Nina sure does. 3 from the back line. 1 in a frost mat, 1 lumber, 1 in the middle. What a way for those 2 players to lock it in.
Lined up beautifully for Nina there. Akusu unlucky not to get more. I think they were aware of Akusu's flank. It shouldn't have ever been allowed to get 1, you know, let alone have more of an impact. But I just think the chaos that was created by Nina at the same time was perfectly timed because it just meant that the focus wasn't Akusu. There was too much other stuff going on and movement required. So great stuff there from Enterforce 36 to close out the end of that round. And a lot of it came down to that work that was done by Harper in the early round on the Azami because it meant that Cyclops were having to get a little bit rushy, a little bit aggressive, a little bit worried about the time, and they all found themselves just pooling together inside of Cigar to be cut down summarily by Nina. And that sees us back down to Kitchen for the final defense from Enter Force 36. I thought it was a really nice defense last time around. They forced Anaton basically into Kitchen on his own. They were able to deal with the Monty then once he was isolated, as you quite nicely picked up on him. The Nitro that they played for Harper to keep himself alive inside of VIP, just playing it in there on the bookcase, so they've got to be careful about pushing forward. He can use his Zoto canisters if he needs to slow them down on that approach. All really nice stuff from Enter Force 36. And talking about that, we've got an early pick onto our Cully, who in the old chat just gives us the wow.
We love that. We love a wow old chat. Sometimes they happen. What's your opinion on this gun? The French DMR.
Very popular at the minute. Very popular. It's interesting that we're seeing the popularity of DMRs kind of spread from defense to attack. We know why they came in, to popularity on defense because of the ACOG removal from operators, like Doc, Malusi, etc. So now, yeah, we're seeing a lot more of the DMRs, particularly on, Aruni, Tubarau, players like that. But I think them players get comfortable with them and they think, you know what, these are pretty nice guns, actually. These are pretty good. And we're starting to see them spread onto attack a little bit. So, yeah, Twitch has been bringing the DMR quite frequently, spread into Lion a little bit as well now. And no surprise, the DMRs are absolutely phenomenal. We've known this for a long time. You can look back to previous events where we've had kill records set with DMRs,
Yeah.
Big weapon to use.
Ooh, so is the Vector. Swings by, gets one, gets Chibasu dropped. Now it's a 5 versus 2. Yeah, Anaton's on a blitz, slowly making their way through the fireplace, but then okay.
He can't keep getting away with it, Em.
Why do they just turn away from him? He's not the kind of player to just not take that. Even if you were looking at him, he's going to drop the shield and try and shoot you. Like, here he goes. He makes his way through. Yeah, he gets knifed. He's pushed on the back of it, and he still gets the kill on Harper. Blind, frozen, doesn't care. I mean, he's so good with shields. And he always has been. Throughout metas where shields weren't great to metas where they're the best thing in the game, Anaton just finds a way to make them sing.
Go on, ready.
Yeah, it really does. Absolutely unstoppable, proving it. This was a round that was lost. It was 5v2, and now it's 3v2, and it's looking like, hang on a minute, they might be able to do this here, especially with Anaton continuing to just roam around on that shield and look for fights, just playing aggressively. He's going to get himself on, and you can see them running away from him, and where do they run? Into the waiting arms of DD, make that 3. A 5v2 becomes a 2v1. Akusu manages to close down Anaton, but he's low health now, as is DD. Who's going to win it out? 12 seconds and a ring around the roses. Reloads the pistol, hits him with the deagle. Akusu closes it out. Much closer than it should have been, but he still gets the job done.
I mean, it should never have been that close, right? A 5 versus 2. They've barely done anything on the site, and a Blitz is able to get 2 1 versus 1s, gets the great pinch on towards the player in the prep pantry side, forces them into the watch and the wait. Fantastic play there. And then, I mean, it's almost that thing about Anaton, right? A 3rd kill, dropping the shield, getting 1 more, and then leans in and just tries to send it for the 4th. And they get themselves into a 2 versus 1 from a 2 versus 5. But if they'd have slowed down a little bit at the end, they could have just worked that one into a trade. They still had about 20, 30 seconds left, or whatever it was. 20, 10 maybe, but still. There was time. There, that first one. This one as well. I mean, if you were Harper, you'd feel a bit rotten.
Well, the thing is, he gets caught in the FNAT as well. There's an FNAT there to try and help Harper, and it just doesn't even slow him down. He's like, yeah, I've got you full flashed. I don't care. The thing is, he was so close to him that the FNAT won't have affected his vision at that range anyway. So it's just like, it's just such a nightmare to deal with, isn't it? But Enter Force 36, they get the job done regardless, whether it was close or not. They go for a 5-1 half. That's a great start to them. Just there's a reminder of what's at stake. If they can get the win here against Cyclops, they can get themselves up back into 5th place, which Scars just overtook them in the last game. So it's not a question of playoffs or not. Enterforce have already got that secured. That's done and dusted. We know our 6 playoff teams. It's all now about jostling for position, getting that PSG Talon matchup rather than the Dplus Kia matchup, neither of which are going to be easy, let's be honest, but it at least, you know, gives them something, I guess, and it's about getting that win against the top team in the league as well. And look at the fashion that they're doing it in. I don't think anybody's going to be keen to play Enterforce on Cafe. They weren't before, and they certainly won't be after this. So the question now that we're going to get answers to as round 7 starts playing out is, can Enterforce attack Cafe as well as they can defend it?
5-1 Enterforce, and there is this possibility we're about to have another long game ahead of us, right? We said it could be quick. The last time these two teams met, I think it was a 7-1 or a 7-2 to the side of Kagasaka, but it was a mid-season game. There was more still to play for. Here, when there's technically everything already been settled, well, Enterforce 36 were able to keep the pressure on. Jin gets the first lead in. DD's gone. There's no one that's really been outstanding, you know, either side. It's sure a little bit in towards the favor of the kill team for Enterforce 36, as it would be, as a C4 fishing gets nobody. But it's not that anybody is massively underperforming or overperforming. They've just been better at closing out these final rounds. The amount of 2 versus 2s or 1 versus 1s that we've had throughout this map. The limitation, the choice of banning out the Brava means that they're free to play a lot of the Maestro, the double down with the Twitch as well. It's not the most common pair of bans, I think you'll see. And it doesn't really seem to have slowed down Enterforce 36. Lost the Flores, but taken out 2 players for the trouble.
As you said, not really had any impact at all at the moment. 4 versus 3. They find themselves established inside of the building. Sharip nearly loses his life, escaping out of Cigar. Gets himself onto the short angle. Forget about it. Forget about it. Jin's got his own shotgun. Comes around the corner, knows he's gone prone, gets the kill. Enterforce 36 looking absolutely unstoppable. They are the unstoppable force at the moment. 5-1, 4 versus 2. Every advantage in their favour. Just need to think about creating a bit of space to put this diffuser down. They've got Chibasu to deal with. Anaton on the Alder. The clutch machine. Can he do it when it counts? Akusu takes out Chibasu. He's all alone. Anaton's taking damage, and he's taken out. Jin with the final kill. Big round from Jin there. Got the opener as well, and took the sentry down. Big loss of utility at the beginning of the round. Enterforce 36 able to build on that. Guarantee themselves 1 point, which should, let me have a quick look, be enough. So that will put them up onto 8, which will match them with Scars. Their round difference is going to be better, and so that should guarantee them 5th place.
So who does that guarantee them a fight against?
PSG Talon.
Which they're... it's a weird thing to be like, do they prefer this? Do they not? Statistically, they should.
It's tough,
but
innit?
they played better against Dplus, so who knows?
But Dplus have been so much stronger at the end of the stage than they were like throughout it. Well, it's pick your poison, and neither of them are going to be easy. So
it is what it is. I guess there's also the fact of the lead-in game. If they won this, are they going to be up against CAG, or are they up against FearX? Will this be a rematch in 2 weeks or whatever?
So I don't know which side of which they would be on. I would imagine it would make it'd make sense for the third. It's not about making sense. It's about how the brackets are structured. I was 6th and 3rd place. I guess it's more of a reward if you're going to go. You know, if you've finished in 3rd place, potentially lining up against 2nd place seems like more of a reward for getting 3rd place than going up against 1st place. So maybe 4th, 5th will play against 1st place. So maybe they've lined themselves up a a CAG rematch at some point. I don't know. We'll see when the bracket gets filled out. Don't quote me on that. I'm just going off, what's logical in my mind. But it's not to say that because it gets difficult when it's double elim because obviously you've got, is there a switch? Is it where do they drop into the lower bracket? So it's not as straightforward as just saying, well, it seems like maybe it should be this. But yeah, that could be. It could be that they're lining up, a rematch against Cyclops. They've got to get those kills. Amerton, he barely does any damage. He's going to juice himself back up. But Jin really got away with one there. Nearly found the kill. However, they do lose Mugi elsewhere in the map. And that is at least a better start for Cyclops in this round.
Yeah, Mugi's gone. They've lost the ace. Hard breach on this map isn't the biggest sort of be-all and end-all. But as they keep losing people, that will be. And the Ram especially. Sure, they've got the Sledge to try and get some of the work done. But you're up against Valkyrie cams, C4s, and all that sort of read-through. They're just going to try and bomb you out as soon as you start trying to open up these angles above. I'm not going to say this round is already a write-off, but it would take some doing here for Interforce 36 to be able to pull this back in. And Nina wants this first engagement, and it's a game of pixel peaks and probing bullets across the top, but they've been bought a second to try and just cut themselves one corner closer. Misses the Ella on the follow-through, but it gives the game away that they're stepped into this position, so they're not going to sit around. Pull back as the C4 hits the door and whiffs. CAG then not giving them these engagements. There's a minute. I was about to say that, and then they try and chase Akuzu down. Philly is the one that gets the end of it. There's a trade out on the side. Almost swings to the pistol for the next, but Nina alone in a one. Nope. Nope.
And Nina's been going really well so far. 10-5 before that death, so 10-6 now. A strong performance so far to get Interforce to where they are now. 6-2. Is this the start of a long road back for Cyclops? We will see as we go on. You got Anerton. Just missing his shots wildly there. There's going to be some people out there, and I'm not going to say I'm one of them or not, that will be pointing out that if Doc still had the ACOG, maybe Anerton gets the kill there. Who knows? But he didn't, and that is the fact. Shots were missed, and he got back in. Look, they got the job done. It doesn't really matter. The first kill came in just after that. Mugi was taken down. Cyclops were looking much more comfortable in that defense, to be honest. I think Interforce 36 are maybe going to struggle on the sites that aren't the top floor, and they're going to be kind of sat waiting for us to go back to that position to get this finished off. Whether Cyclops choose to allow them that opportunity or not is obviously a different matter. It may well be that they just start to rotate around the others. They've gone this time to mining. They can go down to kitchen. They can then go back to reading. They don't need to touch that top floor site again, so Interforce might need to find a way to get it done on one of these others.
At this point, are Interforce going to let this slip away, or are CAG going to step back in? It was a strange paced round, as you said, whiffs at the beginning to then be a pretty solid closeout by the end. It felt like CAG were more than happy to step in and be a sort of entry refusal for any of these positions, but Interforce 36 didn't really try and steal them away either. They were a bit slow, a bit cautious, and a bit ill-prepared for what was otherwise ahead of them. Shield might be about to make a friend there, and Shuri, I was going to say almost got lucky, made his own luck! Double down! That was horrendous to watch. Or if you're a CAG fan, pretty good. What are you doing?
What is Sharik doing at this point? He's just taunting them now. Running outside, putting the gadget down, pinging that they've got the diffuser on the ground. He's just absolutely taunting them. 3 versus 5. Interforce have got to try and find a way to get something going. They're going to send in the EE1D scan. It will locate Arculus, so they'll have at least a little bit of intel on the position of the Azami. It's not really going to give them much, to be honest, given that he's just in reading room and just out into the corridor between that and dining. So doesn't really buy them too much. They're trying to get Nina into position. Jin does buy them something, as does Nina. 5v3 becomes a 3v3. Shuri maybe just needs to calm down until they've won the round. Here comes the next one. Jin finds the kill onto Chibisu. It's going to be 2v2 though. Here comes the interrogation. man.
Well, now they've got 1 shield still left. We obviously didn't talk too much about the 3 shield play, but as Monty gets himself in a 1 versus 1. Don't do it. No, 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 no. Enterforce 36 win. Didi, you didn't have to style on them like that. You could have won.
I think Didi learns an important lesson there about maybe just biting off a little more than you can chew. They were going, their eyes lit up at the chance of a second interrogation, and who can blame them? It was a big start from Sharik, but ultimately Enterforce dug deep. They got the round that they needed. They've won that one 7-2, a confident victory, boosts them back up into 5th spot. It will see Scars finishing in 6th, and that will round out our playoff teams. They are Cyclops, FearX, Dplus Kia, PSG Talon, Enterforce 36, and Scars in 6th place.
Well, what a way for us to try and get everything finally shaped. Obviously, 4 teams secured yesterday and 2 more secured today in the second to last game even. They went as far as they could, but with the scores on the doors, some of these games in some ways felt a bit longer than the actual results got themselves put together. But Kenotrope and Scars, that was the big do or die, and Scars did. They really brought their A game, brought their stuff, their heat. Mer Gaming almost went the distance, couldn't quite close it out as well. That would have definitely shaken things up, and you know, we sort of had a bit of a grudge match in the first one, but here, a fun end here for Enterforce 36. It gives them a lot of confidence going in. You look at the end of their run there, and it's all coming up wins. A lot of their points came in this final sort of 4 play days. The opposite for some of the other teams has been a bit of hit and miss, especially Scars as well, who just sort of eked by on that final play day. But otherwise, still a lot to sort of fight for as we sort of angle and eye up what the best of 3s could bring.
Honestly, I think I've said this. I said this coming into it. I've said it throughout. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I love this region because I feel like it's one of our most competitive, and that's not to say, I mean, you know, that they've got the next SI winning team here. I think, you know, obviously we look at regions like Brazil as having, you know, some of the best teams in the world, and you know, the strong EU and NA teams are right up there at the top, so I don't mean that, but just in terms of competition with each other, I think there's been a lot of growth in this region over the last 6 to 12 months, and this shows it. It's been absolutely brilliant as APAC North, and it's absolutely anybody still. I have no idea who will be winning these playoffs. We've got our matchups there now, so I was right in what I said. So Scars and Dplus Kia, they will be the ones that will face off against second place FearX. The winner of those will go through. We've got PSG Talon versus Enterforce. So Enterforce, by winning that game, have got themselves the matchup against Talon, but then also the return fixture possibly against Cyclops. And I've got a feeling that won't be quite as easy as they've just had it. And then obviously the rest of the bracket will fill out from there down to lower bracket matches, so on and so forth. So, with that all put together, I believe we're back in about 3 days to try and get this all sort of started and sorted out, and then it's a big old run of games to get ourselves to the end. But for now, for you and I, Tim, after a lovely morning ending before lunchtime, 2 minutes to 12 here, local time, it's been a pleasure, and I think it's about time we send it on our way, Tim. Thank you, everybody, for watching at home. We'll see you back for playoffs very soon.
涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もふと窓に映ったまだどこか戸惑った顔この よ